Yes, looks like it. Hi, good evening. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for May 6th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilmember Perallo.
Here.
Councilwoman Perez.
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
And Mayor MacArthur.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, April 24th. Thank you.
Thank you. And prior to closed session, we will take any public comments on the closed session agenda items. Can the city attorney please provide a statement prior to closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matters being discussed are 1, Crystal Walker versus City of Oxnard, and 2, Kenneth York versus City of Oxnard.
Thank you, city attorney. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on the closed session items?
And Mayor MacArthur, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for closed session items. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the city council will recess to a closed session, and at 5:15, we will begin the regular scheduled meeting. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone.
You can ask him if we would do the report out now or at 6 p.m.
Yeah. City Attorney, I just wanted to see if I can get some clarification. Do we do the report from closed session now or at 6 p.m.?
We should do it when we reconvene, so now.
No, okay. Oh, thank you. We just came out of closed session. City Attorney, do we have anything to report?
There are no reportable actions out of closed session this evening.
Thank you, City Attorney. We're going to move to the next item on the agenda. This is the appointment item for the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association. Hi, Angela. This is their annual report, and the recommendation is that the City Council receive and file the fiscal year 2023-24 annual report on the Oxnard Downtown Management District.
Testing. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
on.
Good evening,
Okay.
Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Albert Maris, Assistant Director for the Housing Department. The item before you today is an annual update on the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association, also known as DOYA. DOYA is the entity that is responsible for managing the downtown, the business district in downtown Oxnard, which encompasses 32 blocks and is currently authorized through December of 2029. As part of that authorization, the property owners have opted to assess themselves a tax in order to generate revenue that is managed by DOYA in order to provide enhanced services in downtown Oxnard. DOYA and the district continue to play a pivotal role in the continued revitalization of downtown Oxnard. With that, I'll turn it over to the DOYA team, and they could provide you kind of more details as to their accomplishments in the previous year.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Hi, Ibo. Hi, Angela.
Good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff.
We
Yes.
got it, we got it.
Yeah.
You do have it. Yeah. So good to see so many new elected leaders here. This is the first time, I believe, being able to give a report to you, an update on what we've been doing here in the downtown. There's some exciting times, new period of transition, I believe, and trending upward. Before we get started, I would like to acknowledge my board here, at least the members of the boards that were able to attend tonight. My chair, Angela Whitecomb. And in the audience here, we have Mark Spellman, Tiffany Lopez, and Gary Blum. So we do appreciate having this opportunity to come before you and be able to review with you the accomplishments from the past fiscal year. And do want to mention also for members of the public, we have copies of this report in hard copy available. I think it's be interesting reading, I think, for you to understand this is all part of your community. It's all for your benefit that we want to make the downtown go. So I don't don't know if we want to go through the report on the screen. This is really set up as a hard copy, and you could follow along, I guess, in your booklet says you have here. But I'd just like to take some of the high points from this report and review with you. So I'll start with, again, giving Angela turning over her to give you a little bit of an overview of the organization structure.
Thank you, everybody. This is really exciting. We've had a great year. We were able to renew our PBID and grow and take on a whole nother city block, which will encompass the navigation center that way, I think. So it's just really nice to see our growth. We've had some changes in our little office. We've turned it into more of a welcome center as opposed to just an office space because we want to bring the vibrancy to the downtown. And we've really liked working with the city with our getting the big bellies installed and the ARPA funds that have really helped us grow as a group and bring things forward. We're looking forward to new projects with retail strategies to try to fill in some of these empty storefronts and being imaginative with what we can do in our downtown. And I really appreciate this council's support and your passion for the downtown. I know that in speaking with many of you, this is our home and this is our community, and how we can build upon it is really important. And so I wanted to thank you for your continued support, and having that and having your ear is integral. Without you, we are stagnant. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wacom.
So I'd like to, again, go back to this little booklet that we put together. So there's our iconic pagoda, and let's see how I can move this forward here. How does this work? Where am I pointing to here, Louie? Sorry. Here we go. Okay, so just a little bit of background about the downtown district. So the physical location of the downtown, as my chair mentioned, we just expanded with this last renewal of the downtown district. 1 block north to First Street, and we go out to the south, 8th Street to encompass Heritage Square, and then west to east, we go from C Street all the way to the Oxnard Boulevard, and taking in also the Meta District, which is one of our historic little enclaves here. A lot of activity taking place in that area. As Angela mentioned, it was a banner year in terms of the support that we got for the district from the property owners. The property owners do have to approve the assessment. They're basically electing to pay extra in their property taxes. So that we can use that fund, the collective monies, to provide some special benefits. So we renewed with 88% approval rate this year, and that included support from new developers, large scale, small owners, and even nonprofits. So we're very pleased with the outcome of that, and we're good for another 5 years, basically. So hopefully we will show in another 5 years a lot of more progress, and it'll be even easier and getting renewed the next time around. So organization-wise, we are governed by our board of directors, which is, represents a cross-section of the stakeholders of the downtown. Angela is third generation small business owner here, and has their own, her husband also runs a small construction firm here. And then we have members who represent large developers, nonprofits, and also from the city. Also to Albert Ramirez too sits on our board representing the city. Something that we did this year that I think was noteworthy was we did a strategic planning session in November. It's something that we're going to continue to do on an annual basis. It sets us up for putting together our work plan and our annual budget, which we will be presenting again to council in November. And then if you look at the collective number of hours that these folks are putting in, and again, they're a volunteer board, 300 plus hours of volunteer service from these members of the community. I'll go forward now to, let's see, I think, a little bit, I think my order is a little off here on this one. Let's just skip around. We're going to go to, I'm going to review district safety. This is one of the core programs that the district provides. And we do that through contracted professional security consultants. They are private security, unarmed, but they do engage with public in terms of acting as ambassadors for the general public, but also as safety escorts. You can see how busy they are by the number of calls that they receive and the number of hours of patrol. They're available 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Most of the issues that they deal with are kinds of quality of life incidents. As you know, we do have a large street population, and unfortunately, those unhoused folks too. Some of them have mental issues also too, and leads to some what would be perceived as antisocial conduct out there. So those are the majority of the types of issues. There's not a lot of otherwise crime within the downtown district. District maintenance, I'm sorry, it's not following the book, but I will, let's talk a little bit about district maintenance. Again, one of the core programs that we administer through the district. And we do that again through a contracted, dedicated team of day porters who go walking throughout the district, mostly on foot. It's the way that you're going to see these things on the ground level, taking care of the sidewalks, cleaning up graffiti, abating graffiti where they can, doing homeless outreach, and also even serving as ambassadors to the general public, you know, giving them directions to like where the great places to eat out here are, entertainment, and other sort of downtown attractions. And they are available 7 days a week out there too, in the blue vest and everything, highly visible out there. And I think you can very much see the improvement that we've had in the last few years, in particular, with this current vendor that it really is pristine out there. Related to that, I want to give a shout out to the city, of course, that helped us out with this project. This is something that had been on our wish list for a number of years, was that to upgrade our trash and recycling bin program out there. So we acquired through ARPA funds given down to us by the city to be able to purchase 14 state-of-the-art Big Belly Duo stations. These are state-of-the-art. They're solar compacting trash stations. They have many benefits in terms of like being able to collect the collection, the reduction in litter, and the reduction in the amount of staff time required to service them on a routine basis. So beautiful addition to our streetscape too, because it also does allow for some advertising, marketing opportunities. And then we have this beautiful wraps that we put on them that are branded for the downtown. It's one of the things that we were very conscious of, is we're trying to promote the downtown association and the community within the downtown a lot more consciously going forward. So with regards to that, that is our district identity program. It's like, you know, it's very easy to sit on the sidelines, and we all know this, that people have perceptions, long-held perceptions, maybe even cynicism about the conditions of the downtown. The downtown is a beautiful place in terms of the people that make it up, the business owners, the amenities, the culture, the history that's in the downtown. There's so much good stuff that can be said about it, and we are saying it. We are saying it through our social media primarily. I will give a shout out to Gary Blum, who manages through the downtown our social media accounts. They're all at Downtown Oxnard, so if you want to go on Instagram or Facebook, that's where you definitely add to our followers. You can see how we've been increasing across all metrics, the number of followers, the level of engagement, our website users, our email that we do every month. We do a monthly email to make people aware of the amount of activities, the great cultural activities, and highlight some of our businesses through that newsletter. And it's got a great open rate, great read rate, and shared also as well. Speaking of, again, branding, our logo too, again, through ARPA, we were able to engage with a professional branding agency. We went through a whole process with a number of our board members, major stakeholders, to rebrand, bring our logo up to, modern, kind of modernize it, make it more urban, more hip. And we're rolling out with that in all of our branding across the way that our ambassadors are uniformed. And then we're sharing some of that merchandise. We actually do plan to hopefully, sell some of that merchandise, maybe generate some auxiliary revenues so that we can put back into beautification projects, and also create some civic pride out there with the general public. Placemaking, another major part of our district identity in placemaking, is doing special events. Some of the biggest highlights of the events that we produce are the car show, the annual car show that takes up about 5 blocks of A Street. It's very unique in events that we produce here in that it is all focused on the merchants. We do not bring in really like outside food services or anything to it. It's all the restaurants and the restaurants along the route that benefit from that. Sidewalk planters, that's another thing that you'll see along. It's part of like the identity of the downtown. And we are in the process of also once again, building a team around involving the community to help take care of those. And then that Angela mentioned our headquarters on 6th Street, C Street and 5th, we are turning into a quasi-art gallery because we want to take the lead in promoting arts and culture in the downtown, and Oxnard in general, actually. And we've actually been able to host 3 shows very recently. There's one right now that's wrapping up, but we invite you to, come out to that one and again, help us raise the level of the arts here in Oxnard. And then, speaking of that, I guess I'm just reading you guys can nudge me here. Sorry. Speaking of the arts, we again, through ARPA funds, were able to do an iconic gateway mural at the 3rd Street Bridge. This is very stunning mural, actually. It's vibrant. When we engaged this artist, we had smaller designs on it, and it's always beautiful when you bring in an artist and they have this unique perspective, and they just blow it up, and it went top to bottom, side to side. I mean, it's just bright, and it's been there since September, and it's being enjoyed by a number of people. I know that we see it as being a frequent site for Instagram moments. And we also generated a lot of publicity and a lot of also recognizing that we brought in a portion of our community, the Filipino community that's very prominent here too, that also now has their place also recognized here in the city in the arts. And then lastly, this last page, we have a committee that's focused on land use and business development. Basically, this committee just weighs in on proposed development projects, very active in terms of helping us to recruit new retail to fill up vacancies. So that's, we are right now actually undertaking a project too with the consultancy to also help us in that regard, help us telling our story. We have some great foundational things here, that I think that, and not a great deal of vacancy actually. The vacancies that we do have are focused, mainly concentrated around Oxnard Boulevard, and that's because there's a transition in the type of businesses that we're moving away from a service kind of automotive centric type of boulevard to one that's more hopefully pedestrian oriented in the future. And we're all wishing for that day, hoping soon that we'll have little nice markets and other types of pedestrian type of activity out there. And some of the things just with regards to merchant outreach, staying connected. We want everybody to stay connected. We do host these bi-monthly merchant mixer cafe hours, very low barrier, kind of just drop into our office, grab a cup of coffee and a pan dulce or something and chat with us. I know this is something that, it's a great way to engage, break bread and engage with your stakeholders. So Yeah, that's our report for this year, and I would hear for any questions on how we're doing on time.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Yeah, I'd like to know, how can the public find out more about what you're doing? If they want to know about these events and attend them, how would they learn more about that?
Thank you very much, Councilman Starr. Yes, they can follow. The best way is to follow us on our social media. That's the most immediate. So all our handles are at Downtown Oxnard, very simple. And then sign up for our newsletter too, because we'll compile everything that's going on in the downtown through that medium.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
I do have a question. First and foremost, thank you all so much for your hard work. As somebody who was born and raised here in downtown Oxnard, I really appreciate the vibrancy and everything that I've seen, how much has developed, so I'm grateful to you all. I have a question about the section where you're talking about district maintenance.
Yes.
There's a number there for 212 homeless outreach. What does that mean? Like, are we discussing an intervention, a successful connection? Like, what does homeless outreach mean?
Yes, thank you very much for that question, Councilwoman Rodriguez. Yeah, it is very it's more of a triage kind of situation. They're not administering services, but they're hopefully what they are trying to do is just to get a sense of where that person is in the need scale and direct them into the appropriate places. They are all have in their bag, their tool bag, basically directories of some of the other agencies. And I will say too, very recently we have been engaging more closely with some of the other major service providers, Mercy houses that are getting ready to open up here too. And we switched our meeting schedule so now we can accommodate some of those service providers that were normally at the one stop to be able to engage with our committees and be out there on the front lines with us.
Okay, thank you. So it's frontline initial contacts, and then
Yes.
we could potentially refer folks to county services, behavioral health, mental health, or, okay.
Yes,
I just
100%.
want to make sure there's proper training and safety, since it was brought up as a concern. And I love the empathetic approach and community
We are.
showing up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mr. Parlo.
Appreciate the presentation. One question. The artist that you recommend did a nice job. What was his name?
Oh, I'm sorry, the artist that did the mural,
Yes.
DJ Javier.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? No. You go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Magana, for the update, and to Ms. Whitecomb and all of your team for all the work you're doing. As Councilwoman Rodriguez had mentioned, the downtown is truly a gem, and speaking for myself, but I imagine my colleagues would agree on many of these points. The downtown certainly is one of the major table legs of any city, and in the city of Oxnard, there's that historic component to it as well, where we owe it to the current and future generations to continue to support it and support its success and have whatever role we need to ensure that. And so I always appreciate these updates, and I appreciate having downtown as an accessible place, because as I see faces out in the audience, I have regularly downtown meetings with constituents and community partners on things, and it's just great to be out there and see the community out there as well. And so I just want to thank you all for all of your work and look forward to what's next. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Mayor
Abel.
Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. Councilmember.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could expand upon the 300-plus merchant outreach services contacts. What do you mean by that?
So that's hitting the streets, the pavement, and walking around and engaging with business. So we do that routinely as, just to get a sense of like what the issues are, their concerns, and ideas. Ideas come from the merchants too. A lot of these folks are entrepreneurs. So, we in our office, we're like, marketing and promoting, but oftentimes we'll get an idea for a new event or some way to be able to publicize them, and directly from them.
Yeah, I really appreciate that face-to-face that you're having with them. I love the fact that you're promoting new merchants in the area. I noticed the green olive on here, which I think the Mayor Pro Tem actually suggested to me originally, and it was a very good restaurant. I think more people should take advantage of the Mediterranean food there. I've enjoyed it on several occasions, and it's good if you're, it even handles if you're a vegetarian, for example. So they got a really great menu there, and I hope more people will try out the local merchants downtown.
Yeah, they're outstanding, small, the growing whole chain of local restaurants. And, I would like to mention that, like people do say, it can be a tough space to do business, but we have some amazing success stories here that have started here in downtown and have opened up other locations and expanded to other communities. Tacos El Diablo, I'll just mention, they're now at 4 locations. They still, their flagship is right next door to our office. And, we have other ones like that, Carnitas El Rey. There's like, you can, if you make it here, right? Right? So, yeah, please, I just encourage everybody to go out and explore and enjoy these restaurants and all the fine businesses that we have here.
Yeah. I was there this past Friday at the kickoff for the Palomazo Music Fest. I know I saw Gary out there, and just encourage everyone. I mean, that's a spirit of celebration and bringing community together, events like that. So we need to continue to market that. And Gary knows I was also key in bringing VC Expo to just sell them on. I know they were looking to go elsewhere, but I know I was leading that, having robust conversations with Maria Alcantara and trying to convince her. And ultimately, she did to go to see Gary and to have the VC Expo there at Heritage Square. And I think we could be doing more of that stuff because she realized, it was very successful, but also just how prominent we are here in downtown and inviting others to come in and really enhance our downtown and make it truly a cultural destination for people to come in and visit. But we certainly can do more and more and more to improve it and make it that much more vibrant. So I thank you genuinely for all the work, Angela, Gary, Mark, for everything you're doing. And I know, Mark, I think you put in a speaker card as well if you want to come up and speak on this item.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, staff. I don't want to take up too much time because you did such a great job. But I did want to mention we were excited about the Central Terrace that started. The other thing, too, is our clean team is like the ambassadors out here. And when they talk face-to-face about what's going on the street, they immediately talk to Abel and Sarah, and then we get involved face-to-face. That's what's making this a difference. Gary has done a tremendous job of promoting things. So like you said, you've got to go online, and we see 2 members of Visit Oxnard right here, Gabe and Ashley, and I'm also on that board as well. And if it wasn't for that partnership with Visit Oxnard, I don't think we would have half the amount of help that we've been getting. We need your support. We appreciate what you're doing. I think that we're on our way to a vibrant city. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up, we still need more staff for safety. We have lampposts that are down, and we definitely need a security camera system. But I do want to appreciate you all and thank you for your time and your commitment. It's great to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spellman. Thank you. Any other comments in this item? Oh, yes, go ahead, Mr. Pearl.
Mayor, you asked for any more comments. I'd like to share. During the Christmas holidays, other communities put up light posts and things, and they also put up signage sponsored by X, Y, and Z company, or Dr. So-and-so, or so-and-so's paving company. That's not done here. There have been professional people that have reached out to try to get that done. I hope some of you bite on some of those things. I see a hand going up. I know that the person's been told in the past, but there's an opportunity to get a little extra money to do things that you may want to do, and possibly they could sponsor them year-round. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a really good comment. Yeah.
It's a great idea. Yes, if as long as the code allows it, if that's okay? We're all over it. Thank you. Thank you.
Sounds very good.
I would think code would allow it when we put the congratulations to high school graduations and things.
Like that.
Yes.
I know there's been some discussion as well to maybe to consider during the tree lighting ceremony to have like the spheres and the decoration for the tree lighting and have sponsors behind that, right? Like somebody buy a sphere and the bigger the sponsorship, the bigger sphere they get on the Christmas tree. I mean, that's another consideration, bringing some money and some sponsorship to come in for your consideration, yeah? Or Oxnard College, the flags, yeah, right? So
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you very much for those ideas. Absolutely. We are looking to be able to do more to augment the revenues. Like I said, the revenues that we get from the assessment, they go towards all these basic services every day. It's not a huge budget, so in order to do more, we got to raise more revenue. So
Yeah,
thank you for those.
absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Magana. Thank you.
And thank you very much to staff, everyone also too. We've never had a better relationship. I mean, I think this is everybody working together. I think we're going to see a lot more progress in the next year that we come before you too, with so many more new developments here, new businesses, and more vibrancy in general. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Magana. Thank you very much for the report. Thank you, Mark. All right, I'm gonna go to the Pledge of Allegiance. You wanna do that? Oh, we do have one more. Yeah, yeah. So we'll move on to the next appointment item. It's D2. This is from the Culture Community Services Department. Senior Services Commission Annual Report. The recommendation that the City Council receive the Senior Services Commission Annual Report. And I see we have Ms. Sweetland, the Chair of the Senior Services Commission, along with Ms. Montgomery. I see she's there, and Gloria, and sure, we got everyone out here. Yeah, the two Glorias, yeah, and Linda Calderon is here too. Thank you, Ms. Sweetland. Thank you, Ms. Montgomery.
You're welcome. We're gonna go right here. Thank you. You're gonna be right here. Okay. Come on, lady. It's a pleasure to be here. May is Older Americans Month. And with that said, I want to point out there's a display of art over here. In celebration of Older Americans Month, this art exhibit honors the creativity, resilience, and wisdom of older adults in our community. Each piece reflects the talents harnessed in the recreation programs of our older Americans who continue to inspire through artistic expression. This art serves as a tribute to aging at a time of continued growth, connection, and contribution. We invite everyone to explore and celebrate the enduring spirit and talents of older Americans. So these artists attend the South Oxnard Center. There's a quilt and two other art pieces, acrylics. And so you can see the artist's name. So anyway, we just want you to know that we have a vibrant artistic community in our senior citizens. I want to introduce my fellow commissioners. This is Larita Montgomery. She's the vice chair. Larita was just awarded the, from Senator Monique Lamone's office, one of 11 Women of the Year. So we're so proud of her. She'll sign autographs after the meeting. Thank you.
We were just really, really proud of Larita.
Yeah.
This is Linda Calderon, I believe. I can't remember who everybody represents. Oh, Michaela. Okay. And Gloria Postel. And which city councilman do you represent?
I'll take the credit, yes, thank you, Ms. Boston, sure.
And Gloria Massey Chinea. And which councilman? Aaron Starr, okay. And Gabe Turan is my city councilman. Who's your city councilman?
Where's my girl at? She's not here?
She's not here.
Oh, she's on Zoom.
Basua.
Basua.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, girl.
Anyway, we just love what we do. So we have a little PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
And Luli is handing out packets, so it has some of the activities that we do, so you can refer back to it. We have a monthly calendar. We have 4 senior centers. So here we go, our 2025 Senior Commission's Annual Report. And actually, this is for 2024, not 2025. So do you want me to click it? Or you're going to do it? So these are our commissioners. I'm Alice Sweetland, I'm the chair, and I introduce my other commissioners. We have 2 openings, and we're hoping to get 2 more commissioners, so we have a complement of 7 commissioners.
Oh, there you go, Mr. Stein. He's lining up right here.
I get the nomination.
Okay, so we start out every year with our goals. And one of our big goals was technology education. As you know, the digital divide, and we get left behind. So we are so pleased that we got a grant from a company called Cyber Seniors, and they are providing an instructor. He comes to South Oxnard Center on Wednesday morning, and then Wilson Center shortly after that. They've changed the times. I think it's 9 and 11 or something like that. But anyway, it's wonderful, and we're getting some good instruction, wonderful instructor. And we are also working on accessibility and signage. We're identifying problems with getting to our senior centers and getting signs so that everybody knows where we are. So we're working on that. And we're also highlighting monthly health initiatives. We're taking each month and focusing, having a speaker or give information. So, okay, and we have 4 senior centers: the Colonia Center on Marquita, Palm Vista, which is in the senior housing on C Street. We have the South Oxnard Center on Bard, and of course the Wilson Center on C Street, the old Wilson Junior High. We do lots of activities. We got new pool tables this year. I don't know, we had to do Zumba, we do line dancing, we do Tai Chi. I don't know what they're doing. They're playing ping pong with a beach ball there. But we make fun things happen. So then there's quieter activities. We have art classes, cooking classes. We've started cooking classes this year, and it's really fun. Desiree Ventura is a very excellent cook, and so she shares some of her skills. And more painting. So next. Oh, and we love to party. We have ordinary celebrations. They decorate hats. You can just see, it's all about community. It's bringing our older adults together. Okay, and then there's holiday celebrations. As you can see, we had some turkeys. We had Valentine parties. I'm having trouble seeing some of these slides. My vision isn't really good. St. Patrick's Day, yeah. The staff is just incredible. They always dress up for the occasion. We see the elves and the turkeys and whatever. So.
But we do not audit their beverages.
Okay, next slide, please. And here's some really big celebrations. We had our end of the summer party, and it was at the Wilson Park. And we had game booths. It was like going to a carnival. It was just really, really fun. And then had a delicious lunch. And everybody just had a wonderful time. We had the holiday party was at the South Oxnard Center, and Cabo provided our meals. I think we had to pay him, but it was a very minimal, yeah. And it was just so much fun, and they had dancing, and so I forget how many people we had, about 200 people, I think. So, okay, next slide. And we had the trunk or treat again this year for Halloween and Mexican Independence Day. You know, you name it, we celebrate. So the senior nutrition is one of our hallmark programs. We provide nutrition for seniors at 3 of our senior centers. The food is, the menu is designed by a nutritionist who, you know, it's well balanced, low sodium, all that. And they cook the meals at the Wilson Center and then send them out to the satellite campuses. So we served over 21,494 congregate meals, and there were 24,510 home-delivered meals. That number went up during COVID. We found all these people that were living isolated. They had no way to get out to get food, and so we found that this number grew, so we deliver food to them. And as you know, last year we got our budget cut. Our money comes through the Council on Aging, and the City Council stepped up, the city stepped up and gave us money so that we can continue, because how could we tell these people, well, we can't serve your food anymore? So we appreciate everything that you did. Overall, we serve approximately 400 seniors per month through the congregate, in-person, and the home-delivered meals. So that's 400 people in Oxnard that don't go hungry. They may not have, you know, any nutrition. Okay. So hot lunch is served weekdays, Wilson Center, Colonia Center, and Paul Vista. We have a new van, and it's equipped to put the meals in and transport them, so we're really happy about that. And our Seniors in Motion is something we started in the last couple of years, and it's just activities to keep them moving. And we have 49 participants, we have 6 weekly programs and 7 special events, and you can see it in our calendar and see what each of the Senior in Motion programs are. And we want to be outside and be healthy, so we have the walking program Monday morning with a convo. I don't know what that is. What's that?
Conversation?
Oh, conversation. Oh.
Monday coffee and conversation.
I'm too old. I don't understand these. And weekly in the parks, we have Zumba, we have yoga, and we have Tai Chi. Those are very, very popular, and they're all part of the better balance. You know, if you exercise, they're, there's a name for it, evidence-based. These are all evidence-based activities that will help seniors have better balance, healthier lifestyle. Seniors in Motion, SIM, special events, they have cookie exchange, that's real healthy. Paint and sip, game time, out to lunch bunch. Paint and sip. And starting in 2025, we're going to have pickleball, which is just the rage now. And that'll be at the Colonia Gym. And we're going to have an evening yoga program. So something to look forward to. And we have excursions. We have our own van, and then we borrow a van from parks. And we take seniors to the Broad Museum, Christmas at the Farm, Beatrice Woods Center of the Arts, Santa Barbara Mission, Port Hueneme. And these are sold out before we even announce them. You know, seniors all pay for their participation, but it makes it so enjoyable to go together. Somebody's driving. Alma usually is driving the van. And so it's kind of a carefree day. So those are really special. And our RSVP, that's our Retired Senior Volunteer Program, and that is the hallmark program that tells everything about what seniors can do for the community. We have 331 RSVP volunteers. They have volunteered 44,872 hours. And the value of that volunteer, if you put it in monetary number, is 1,000,073, yeah. So almost 2 million. And one of our RSVP recipients for the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging Legacy Award was Sylvia Fulton. Sylvia is 98 years old. She's been a bone builder instructor for over 15 years. I can't remember exactly. And she is just amazing. And she does it with such joy, and she has such a following. And she started a class, and then there was a spin-off class and whatever. So she got the Legacy Award this year, or last year, 2024. Okay, and so we have 23 bone builder classes. This is for especially women, but men, as they get older, they lose bone density. And so this is an evidence-based program that helps build the bone back, make them healthier, stronger bones, less fractures. So they have 23 classes, 466 participants, 104 volunteers, because you have to have instructors. So the volunteer hours, 9,889. Mary Sue Eastlake started this program, I can't remember how long ago. 17 years. 17 years ago, and it's in Ventura, Oxnard, Camarillo. It's just a wonderful program. Then we started Tai Chi about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's very, very popular. Tai Chi, Moving for Better Balance. We have 13 classes, 264 participants, 36 volunteers, 5,872 volunteer hours. And a lot of the Tai Chi takes place in the park, which is nice. You know, you get outside, fresh air. Okay, and we have gardens. We have the Wilson Senior Garden in Wilson Park. We have 19 plots. We have 12 gardeners and a shade house. And so they grow their produce, and it's really fun. And then they have trees with fresh fruits, and it's by the rose garden. So it's always enjoyable. Right next to where the lawn bowls is. Pleasant Valley Garden Center, they have 17 plots, 9 gardeners, 1 clubhouse, and 1 tool shed. Okay, seniors contributing to community events. Here we go. So we have the Dia de los Muertos. It's a very big celebration. Tamale Festival, that follows the Christmas parade. And this year we had a booth, Ask an Abuelo. Is that how you pronounce it? Abuelo. And she would, well, we had several volunteers, and they'd show you how to make tortillas. It was really, really cute. We have an art gala. We have an insect festival. We have a garden expo that took place at the library, and the Wilson Ukulele Group. Okay, next. And here's some of the art from SOC. Their display was at the Government Center, the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging, sponsored an art show there, and we had some beautiful quilts from South Oxnard. This is just one of the most fun things that we do. We have 100-year-old celebrations, and any resident in Oxnard, if they turn 100 or older, we celebrate. We have a certificate And we present them with a vase with flowers from our rose garden. And we had 7 celebrants this year. We had Sister Este. Huh? Okay. She's at the convent on G Street. And Adela Rocha, Maria Marquez, and Sally Varela. Sally was born in Oxnard, raised her family here. Okay, and then we had Rosa Morales, who turned 103. Inez Almanza, she's 104. And then we had Ruth Zavala, and this is the second time we've honored her. And Ruth turned 106. Council member Turan came, and our mayor, Zaragoza, came to celebrate Ruth. And it was wonderful. And yeah, we're going to introduce them at the end of the slideshow. Yes. And then the Oxnard Parade, Gloria Chinea and I rode in this Tesla. It was an experience. They put a hay bale in the back of the Tesla, and we rode. And so Larita wouldn't come because she couldn't climb in the back of the Tesla.
Good for you, Maria.
Okay, and we have commendations. We did a commendation for Jeff Nevitt, who was one of our commissioners, and he retired. And the Oxnard Police, they do wonderful things for the Colonia Center, these wonderful policemen. We celebrated Sylvia Fulton for her Legacy Award. And we have goals for 2025. We're going to monitor and evaluate the technology education because we had a bumpy start, and so we want to keep that going really well. And we're going to review the accessibility and signage at South Oxnard Center because there's nothing down there that says what we're doing. They have a sign for the library, but we're behind the library, so we're going to work on that. And we want to research and create a senior housing list. And we want to implement and evaluate monthly health initiatives. So that's what we're working on. Okay. And that's our main office is in the Wilson Park, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And that's the phone number. And we're on Facebook, Instagram. We have activity calendars, and so you'll see that all in your packet. Okay. So now it's my very great pleasure to introduce 2 of our recipients for their wonderful birthdays. I have Maria Marquez.
I couldn't see her.
You said she's standing. Yeah, we should go over there.
No, I don't think so. Are we taking a proclamation? You older, yeah, I'll take it.
So we have Maria, and then we have Ruth Zavala. Ruth is 106. Ruth was born in Oxnard. She had 12 children, 8 beautiful daughters, talented daughters, 4 handsome sons, and she lives independently in her own home. And she has her sister. And Ruth's sister Yolanda is here, and her brother Nico. They're not 100 yet. They have a couple of years to go. And Nico is a veteran of Korea. Stand up, Mika. This is the fabric of Oxnard. These are the people that make Oxnard wonderful.
We work for the people of Oxnard, 100+. So if you have somebody, let us know, we'll visit them.
Oh, we'd love, yeah, any time that you,
We just did a celebration this year in March.
uh-huh. So, Mr. Mayor, do you want to come over?
Thank you.
Maria's in the hospitality business, and her family also. I think they have hotels or.
Felicidades. Sonrisa, allá. Mire, felicidades por el cumpleaños. Felicidades, señora.
So Ruth Zavala has 12 children, 47 grandchildren, 100 great-grandchildren. And
So she has 12 children, 47 grandchildren, 100 great-grandchildren, and 30 great-great-grandchildren, 5 generations.
189 family members. Her husband was a produce manager at Santa Cruz Market. Yeah. So everybody knows Santa Cruz Market, right? Yes, say something about Maria.
Maria Marquez, 102 years old. She was a businesswoman in Jalisco, Mexico. She owned a hotel and she managed that hotel with her family. And now she's in Oxnard, so maybe we can request her support and guidance because she's a businesswoman also. Le debo decir unas palabras en español. Señora María, estamos sumamente agradecidos por su presencia. Realmente es un honor tener a ambas, doña Ruth Zavala y doña María, porque para mí es un ejemplo en nosotros poder verlas a ustedes aquí y ojalá que nosotras las mujeres que estamos aquí, hagamos el trabajo que ustedes han hecho. Gracias por ser las personas y vivir en la ciudad de Oxnard. Thank you.
Could you come? There's just one little cute story.
Oh, yeah.
Tell him
Telling me?
when your grandmother came to your son's classroom.
That is not me.
That wasn't you?
I don't have a son.
You girls all look alike.
We all look alike,
Yeah.
okay. Councilwoman Rodriguez.
The grandson brought the grandmother to his, or great-grandmother to his class for show and tell. And the children listened to what she had to say. And then they asked her, did you have color when you were a child? Because they think old is black and white, and they were amazed that she had color. Isn't that great? I mean, that's how we educate our children. Yes, we had color.
This is history in the making.
Yeah.
Correct?
Thank you for your time.
Hi, Ms. Sweetland. I think Mayor Pro Tem wants to ask a question of you. Ms. Sweetland?
Yes, Alice. Ms. Sweetland, just a quick question. Thank you for the update and all the info and all the work that you all do for our amazing senior population. I'm wondering if in the opportunities you provide for folks or the content, is there a focus ever on like scam awareness and being aware of the scams that specifically target our elder population in multiple languages?
Yes, Officer, is it Erica Estrada? She's a retired Oxnard policeman. She's going to come in and do a scam talk. And both Commissioner Calderon and I went to the Scam Academy that was put on by the DA's office, and then we share that information. So we know that that's really, really important, and we're constantly doing an awareness education.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And thank you again for the report and your work.
Thank you, Ms. Sweetland. I firmly believe that volunteerism is so important in our community. It's what makes our vibrant society. And so I thank you and Ms. Montgomery, the two Glorias, Linda, and others for your unwavering commitment to our community, your initiatives, your investment in time and your skills that enrich the lives of so many of us here in this city that we benefit from all the work that you all do. And so thank you for that.
It's a pleasure. We really, we're good friends. We just, we've all met through this, and have a common goal.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to commend you all for all the good work, and the research shows that loneliness and in the later years is a real epidemic. So the more we can plug people in and build community and connect with one another, the better. So I just, if I can be of service as a volunteer just to outreach, I know I live close to a 55-year and older community, so I just put us all to work. So we can all be part of the solution. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just at a meeting and they were talking about community and connections, and we become less hands-on, and so we're trying to provide the opportunity for socialization. But I appreciate all your support. We've had a really good relationship with City Council, and now we have 3 new council people, and we're happy to share our activities with you.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to just share, as the representative for seniors up here by age, I appreciate what you guys are doing. But the other part that we need to understand is that the appreciativeness of the body thanking the city of Oxnard for backfilling what you were shorted on the money for the food. That is very classy of your organization. I think it speaks to the age and the wisdom of knowing things that you say thank you once in a while when you're helped. And the city is very appreciative. I am very appreciative of that. I want to bring it up later, but we awarded a gentleman from your organization not long ago up here. He came up And I recall that he had been very instrumental in a group called Orcas, and they were trying to collect funds to do things moving forward. When Measure O was approved, there were tremendous amounts of promises made across the board, everything from the chicken to the kitchen sink. But the senior center is one of the things that had been promised a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's in the, it's still there. The issues that we have with litigation because of we can't sell bonds and various other things, they all impact the future. And ladies and gentlemen, we were very fortunate to have some elderly people here. I was very fortunate to turn them on to some elderly person. I'm an elderly person. Several years ago, they got an award for 100 years. Their family was thrilled. But fellow councilmen, remember, somewhere, somehow, you had grandpas and grandmas, just like me. And those grandpas and grandmas eventually go away. These people are here now. We can't just wait for them to go away and make promises in the future. These are the people that have been paying the bills for years in this city and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Promises are important. Mr. Stein corrected me. I know there are 4 new council people, counting the mayor. I wasn't counting you.
That's okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you. I just wanted to make some quick remarks as well and really just give you so much, you and your team, the gratitude for the work that you continue to do. I agree that our community has so much wisdom and so much information to pass down, even for my generation and the generation to come after me. So I really wanted to offer my support as well around signage or anything that you need on behalf of the South End. So thank you again for all of the work that you continue to do for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, well, go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, Alice, I'd like to know, what is the best way for people to get in touch with you and to find out more about activities so they can be involved?
Well, you can call the senior center or the senior office, senior services office. I try and make myself available. I'm on the Council on Aging for Ventura County. And I have spoken at the neighborhood council meetings. So I don't know, I'm just here. So I didn't bring my cards. I could give you a card. I'll send those next week.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Wheatland. Thank you very much. And we have one virtual speaker on this item. Madam Clerk, can we go to the virtual speaker?
That is correct, Mayor. So caller ending in 3259, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Thank you.
Hi, this is Deirdre Frank. I cannot believe that you are still pandering to the perception of old people as weaving baskets and painting pictures. It's sweet, but it's not your reality. The discussion of the 5th and Patterson Senior Center has been going on forever. I've provided information about the Jewish Community Center that's in the San Fernando Valley that includes a swimming pool, a running track, a walking track, art classes, cooking classes, language classes, intellectual exploration. Camarillo Community Healthcare District not only provides all those things, but virtual travel. Put your eye glasses on, those goggle things you can look at, and go see another place, another country. They have seminars. Lawyers come in and talk to them about estate planning, about real estate issues that they have. There's a huge population in here in Oxnard. Particularly, I'm down here at the beach, as you know. Seabridge is all a retirement community. Wouldn't they love to have some recreation, some intellectual stimulation that, we have the money for? Proposition O was supposed to provide that for us. It's been on Measure O's agenda forever, ever since I was the chair of that committee. I just don't understand why we're sitting here with, hand holding of what you consider to be old people. I'm 71. I'm not dead yet. I don't want to go make a cupcake. So, give us something here. We have money for soccer. You're considering sponsoring soccer camps. We have money for all these other things in Oxnard. What about your senior people? What about them? Do we not, and transportation? That's another issue. I just don't appreciate how you throw this population aside with all the effort that these beautiful people are making to enhance it. Shame on you.
Mayor and
Thank you.
council members, that actually concludes our speakers virtually and in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anything else, Ms. Wheatland, before we can conclude?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I guess when you got senior soccer.
At this point, we're going to move to the posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a student here that's going to lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance. Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll take a moment of silence for Mr. Herbert Nolan, followed after the Pledge of Allegiance.
Councilwoman Basua. Councilwoman Basua is joining remotely.
We're just taking the roll call, yeah.
I'm here.
Mayor MacArthur.
Here.
Councilmember Perallo. Here. Councilwoman Perez.
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
And the agenda was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, April 24th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, before we begin, can we just get some preliminaries out of the way concerning the remote access to the meeting by Councilwoman Basua? So Councilwoman Basua, can you verify if there's anybody in the remote location with you in the room?
Hello, everybody. I am remotely today. I am not feeling 100%, which is probably a good thing that I'm remotely, considering we had our senior presentation today. And yes, in my household currently, my husband is in the house. And that is everyone except for the dog too.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So this evening, we have a student from Rio Mesa High School who will be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Her name is Madison Palacios Vera, and she will start us in just a moment. And as Councilmember Perello had mentioned, after the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll do just a moment of silence, and then after that moment of silence is over, we'll hear from her on her story. So, and Councilmember Perello, would you mind just restating who we're doing the moment of silence for again, please?
An attorney that recently passed away. His name is Herbert David Nowlin, Jr. He's a gentleman instrumental in trying the case of Soria versus Oxnard School District that handled one of the extremely ugly issues in the city of Oxnard that was covered up for a long, long time. For those of you that aren't aware, the Soria School is named after Mr. Soria. Thurgood Marshall School is named after the Supreme Court judge that heard the case. Oftentimes, attorneys are not given the credit they're due. This attorney made a tremendous difference, not just in this community.
Thank you, Councilmember. So after the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll do a moment of silence, and then we'll go to Madison.
Please remove your hats and place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Perrella, for bringing up Mr. Hubert. There's a nice article that Mr. Perrella shared with us where the gentleman took the case all the way to the Supreme Court. So thank you for sharing that with us, Mr. Perrella. That is certainly noteworthy.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Prom Tem, City Council members, and guests. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Madison Palacios Vera, and I'm a senior at Rio Mesa High School. I stand before you not just as a student, but as an immigrant, a daughter, and a proud member of the city. A city that has shaped me in more ways than I can count. I was raised in Guanajuato, Mexico. When I was 11, my mother and I left everything we knew. We packed what we could into a single suitcase and came to Oxnard, chasing something invisible but deeply felt, the hope and the possibility, and as so many others have done. And although we were very fortunate in many ways, the journey was far from easy. Arriving in a foreign land where we barely spoke the language, it felt like an impossible challenge. And through tears and laughter, we had to rediscover our voice, rebuild the pillars of our home, and learn to navigate the unfamiliar educational and societal landscape. Oxnard slowly became my home. Here, I found the strength, drawn from the perseverance of my community, from the hardworking farm workers and their families, and from my mother's unrelenting resilience. Her everyday courage became the foundation of mine. The spirit gave me the hunger to overcome, to speak up even when my voice trembled with fear of mispronunciations. It drove me to rise academically, earning a place among the top students at my school, and taking the rigorous International Baccalaureate Diploma program. The same determination led me to the University of Santa Barbara at the Summer Research Academy, where I had the honor of researching health disparities in communities like my own. A passion I now carry forward through a paid internship with the Soil Pesticide-Free Soil Project. No longer the quiet observer I once was in those early years of when I immigrated, today I am honored to serve as a student representative at both the school and the district level, as well as a bridge for the English Learner Advisory Committee of parents at my school. With the support of my school, my teachers, and my mentors, and my family, I have been able to overcome the challenges of my journey. I hope to continue my education at UC at the University of California, Berkeley, where I have been admitted as a Regents and Chancellor Scholar. Thank you. I hope to major in public health and legal studies and continue research that drives data-informed solutions. I carry the voice of my mother, whose quiet strength brought me here, of the teachers who saw potential in a quiet girl still learning her words, and of the students who sit in the classrooms today, still wondering if they belong. I am a result of them. To them and to all of you, I say thank you. Thank you for making space for our stories. And thank you for helping build a city where young people with dreams in their suitcase can find a place to grow.
Thank you so much, Madison. Much appreciated. Your story is one that I hope resonates with many. It certainly does with me. I hope that you are as proud of yourself as I am, and I imagine everyone in this room is of you. Would you like to take a moment to introduce your guests who've come with you and who've supported you as well?
Of course, thank you. So my mom is here with me. As well as my little sister, Megan. And our superintendent principal, Ms. Canela, who was a...
Great, thank you so much. And
Thank you.
your story is an amazing one, and I think that many people can see and relate to, and you were likely going to be a role model and inspiration for so many who are following in similar footsteps, so thank you so much. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, for the next portion here for the certificate.
Absolutely. I'll reserve my comments, and I just want to hear from Councilwoman Perez. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, congratulate you on your acceptance to UC Berkeley. That's huge. Your story definitely reminded me of my own story and my own journey. I studied public health as well prior to coming into city council, and there's such a need for more diversity within just public health and STEM in general. So really sending you my support, and know that there is an abundance of opportunities for people like our community to share space. So really wanted to congratulate you and your family for this amazing opportunity that you'll be embarking on.
Thank you so much.
Madison, I just want to, certainly congratulate you, and I know things don't happen by accident. So your mother obviously did a fine job in raising you, and thank you for having the courage to come here and share with us your testimony and your experience. I have a certificate for you just to commend you for your dedication, your perseverance as an aspiring leader in the school community as well as in our wider community here. And hopefully after you go to Berkeley, come back, and hopefully we'll have you become part of our city once again. Okay, so thank you very much. If you want to come up and guess what? Did you have a comment or anything? No? Okay.
No, just go Bears.
There you go. I knew it. She's a Berkeley person right here. Yeah, come on up.
I'd also like to thank the Rio Mesa School. I am a graduate of Rio Mesa, and I want to thank the school.
Yeah.
It's amazing the things that go on in the local high school district with the teachers that are there.
Can't see the little girl, Lily. You got it. You got it.
Hello. We're just going to remain standing here and move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the ceremonial item. This is the presentation of a proclamation designating the month of May 2025 as Older Americans Month. And for that, I'd like to please call the Senior Services Commissioners who will accept the proclamation.
Okay. Yes, congratulations. Congratulations.
It's an honor to be able to present this proclamation for Older Americans Month as May of 2025, whereas the President of the United States and the Governor of California have officially proclaimed May as Older Americans Month in recognition of many contributions made by our residents 55 years of age and older. And whereas the Oxnard City Council wishes to celebrate those older adults who provide immeasurable contributions to our community, and whereas the Oxnard City Council encourages the city's older adults to utilize, enjoy the services and programs offered by the city's senior services programs, and whereas these services and programs assist in allowing many older adults to remain independent in their own homes and communities while maintaining their dignity and self-determination, and whereas this year's theme, Powered by Connection, emphasizes the profound impact of meaningful interactions and social connection on the well-being and health of older adults in our community. And whereas the City of Oxnard commends the Senior Services Commission for its advocacy and involvement with the seniors of our community in providing and enhancing the city's senior services and programs. And whereas older adults of Oxnard are recognized and acknowledged for their experience, knowledge, expertise, and numerous contributions which enhance and enrich the quality of life to all residents of the City of Oxnard. Now therefore, Luis MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Older Americans Month. And the City of Oxnard invites all residents to join in this deserving recognition of our seniors as we give them a place of honor in our city. In witness, I set my hands and cause to the Great Seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 6th day of May 2025.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really don't have anything to add. We had kind of a long presentation, but we appreciate it. Anybody else want to say anything?
Thank you all for your continued support. We are a team, and we know that we belong to a team, and the team is you.
Also, we have a thing called Out to Lunch Bunch. And I want to tell you that we were so noisy in one restaurant that they came over and shut the door on us. So we have a fun time.
So I want to thank the city council members and the community in general. The support that we have received for the cyber seniors, it is an important one. We're trying to bring our seniors to the 21st century, so we continue seeking more support, and I appreciate that. Today, May the 6th, my mother would have been 108. So it touches my heart seeing seniors at the age of 106 and 104 thriving. And that's because we all work together as a team. I appreciate the staff, because without the staff, we would not be able to do. We are the visionaries. We do the general plan, but the staff implements our plan. And I thank that and benchmarking those items that we're doing. So thank you, City Council, Mayor, and thank you, the City of Oxnard, because we definitely care for our seniors, and I appreciate that.
I think we're done.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And have lunch at the Wilson Center one day.
Okay, I'm happy to oblige. We got
Thank you, Commissioners, very much. And certainly, thank you. I see Jesse back there and Ms. Morrison, Terrell. Thank you. I couldn't agree more, Gloria, absolutely. If it wasn't for the staff executing, implementing the vision that you set forth, things like that would not have been attainable. So thank you, staff, very much for that. Yeah. See you later. Tú también. Hasta luego. We're going to be moving on to the next item on the agenda, and this is another proclamation. This is the presentation of a proclamation designating May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Yeah. And to receive this proclamation, if Janice or Jen Benitez is back there, yeah, come on up, Jen, and whoever you would like to accompany you up here to receive this proclamation. And to present the proclamation, our Mayor Pro Tem is going to do just that.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, as our recipients make their way up here, I'll go ahead and start. And I am fortunate and have the privilege to present tonight's proclamation for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month for May 2025. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a month to celebrate and pay tribute to the contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islanders to American history, society, and culture. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have distinguished themselves as leading researchers in science, medicine, and technology, innovative farmers and ranchers, distinguished lawyers, judges, and government leaders in the arts, literature, and sports, as war heroes who defended our country from fascism, and peacetime healthcare heroes. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders comprise many ethnicities and languages, and their many achievements embody the American experience. And whereas today over 20 million Asian American and Pacific Islanders live in the United States and through their actions make America a more vibrant, prosperous, and secure nation. And whereas the contributions of the Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders continue to enrich the culture of the Oxnard community. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Lewis A. MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, does hereby proclaim the month of May as May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Oxnard, and invites all residents to learn more about Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage and culture. In witness thereof, he has hereunto set his hand and caused a great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed on this 6th day, May 2025. There you go.
Excuse me, I'm just going to read for a little bit. I'm the executive director and founder of Pinay Sphere. Thank you, Mayor. Where are you? There you are. Mayor and City Council for recognizing our work for the 4th year in a row. Thank you to my family, community leaders who joined me today of the AAPI community, and Pinay leaders who have backed Pinay Sphere since 2021. I just wanted to say recognition like this strengthens our commitment to serve, uplift, and represent our community with pride and purpose. Our mission here at Pinay Sphere is the first, we're the first global nonprofit reviving pre-colonial culture through Filipino-led art and sisterhood. So thank you everybody for this recognition. We appreciate it. It's such an honor.
Would you recognize?
Oh, sure. I'm just going to pass the mic to everybody. They can introduce themselves.
Oh, hi. Good evening. Chiro Atangan from the Filipino Nurses Association of Ventura County, Incorporated.
I'm Faye Villaruz. I'm Jennifer's mom. We're so proud of you and we love you.
Good evening. This is Sonny Belarus, father of Jennifer. Thank you.
This is Mayari, my youngest.
I'm Tiana, her oldest, and then this.
I'm JJ, her son.
I'm Jeremy. I'm the husband. Thank you.
I'm Ariane, her childhood friend, but I consider her my sister.
This is my daughter, Zara. I'm Natalie. I'm Jenny's bestie. I've known her since we've been like 5 years old. Grew up in the same neighborhood, and it's really nice to see her up here tonight. And I'm also Natalie from Shoreline Care Center, Director of Business Development.
I'm Hannah Dingyapo, and I'm a volunteer with Panay Spear.
I'm April Arizal David. I'm a good friend and a supporter and definitely a Panay.
And Anna Rosa, who's behind the camera over there. She works with UFW, United Farm Workers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jen, great job.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you. Congratulations.
You must be so proud. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Such a wonderful privilege. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Until next time. Thank you. Take care.
It's like a good month, right?
Yeah, really.
Thank you again, Jen, for coming up.
Can I say?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Yes, it's very nice that we honor Asian Pacific Islanders. There are many members of the Oxnard family, working family, that come from these various groups. Asian Pacific Islanders is a tremendous asset to the community and tremendous asset. If you look at the jobs that these people have, these are highly skilled technical jobs. Thank you very much for working for the city of Oxnard.
Thank you for that wonderful comment, Councilmember Perello. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I thought about saving this until we get to the council member comments, but I'll just share it now as it's germane to this. I appreciate all of the work that goes into creating this community, this region, this state, this nation, and so many have had a hand in that, and I believe our AAPI population deserves all the recognition for not only the work they've done, but the hardships they've endured in that work that they've done, and the many accomplishments that this country has been able to accomplish, often on their backs, on the backs of many other ethnicities, races, immigrants, all across the board. For our AAPI community, I think there are a number of struggles and things that they still face that we need to remember are current now in 2025. And I'll just quickly refer to reports of people of Asian descent who have been deported to Central American countries. They don't speak the language, they're not from the area, but they were deported with others to those countries. And also Bhutanese refugees who came with refugee status in the 80s and 90s due to ethnic cleansing, being sent back to Bhutan and just deported back there, even though they'd been here for decades. And I felt compelled to just highlight that these things are still happening in 2025, and many people are facing it from many walks of life, but these are people who have helped build this country and still serve this country in many ways. And so I just would be remiss if I didn't bring that up and let people know there's still struggles happening, and we owe it to everybody who helped build our nation and our state and this community to support them in those fights. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the few moments on that.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Perez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just also wanted to thank the amount of work that has gone into South Oxnard. I know Jen and her amazing team have done some beautiful work in the South End to really highlight the work of Larry Eatlong in the intersection between the farm worker rights movement and the solidarity and the work that they continue to do to ensure that farm workers in our community are protected and that they have rights in this area, and really just wanted to highlight that oftentimes movements highlight particular individuals, but it was really the Filipino community that also led and was at the forefront of our farm worker movements here in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Absolutely,
Pipe up
Ms.
on that.
Perez,
I'd
go
just
right
like
ahead.
to add something, just to add to that. The first farm working group in Oxnard was Japanese and Mexican. It was Japanese, Asians again, and Filipinos, Chinese, Thais, Cambodians, Vietnamese. They've all made a big difference, as well as all Hispanic communities, European communities. This is a nation, a melting pot.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item in the agenda. This is public comments for items not on the agenda. We'll start with the first speaker, Maria Elena Saldaña, and Mr. Larry Stein will follow her. Thank you. Hi, Maria Elena.
Good evening, Mayor Luis MacArthur and respective board members, Maria Elena Saldaña Aldana. And first of all, I would like to just thank the senior the Senior Center and its staff. I learned a new word this evening, and I'm going to start using it in reference to myself, older American, as opposed to, as my daughter would say, you're a senior. So I want to thank the commission and also the city for supporting such a strong community group. I am here this evening just to ask and invite each and every one of you, Mayor Luis MacArthur and your respective council members. I am with the Save Oxnard's Art Carnegie Museum. I am part of the committee, and we've been working diligently to meet with the new council members and mayors in regards to the purpose of our committee, which is to familiarize the mayor and all council members with the educational, cultural, and financial benefits of this permanent collection that we have in, and I'm going to use a word that I heard earlier this evening in the recognition in regard to the downtowners and their accomplishments. And Gabe Teran, our Mayor Pro Tem, used the word gem, downtown Oxnard being the gem. Well, I wish to remind each and every one of you that the gem that we have before us that needs to be protected, preserved as a museum is the Carnegie Art Museum. The historic building that at this time houses paintings from various local, national, international artists. And I know that many of us on the committee have met with some of you and have extended the invitation to visit the Carnegie Museum and its collection. And I'm here once again to extend that invitation because I know that our new members are willing and have accepted to view the collection along with the mayor. Thank you, Mayor. But I also would like to remind and invite those of you that have been sitting on the council chambers for now a couple of years to also, if you have not seen that collection, please do so. And I shared the words about educational, cultural, and financial advantage to the city of Oxnard. We owe it to the citizens of this community, to our children, and to our families, and to this very diverse community that we retain the museum as the museum, and that we have to be reminded that prior to COVID, we had people from all over the world and the nation to come and view the museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldaña. Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Larry Stein.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, member of City Council, staff. My name's Larry Stein. I've been a follower of Oxnard for 30-plus years of different events and different activities. Several years ago, City Council passed a motion that you take a vote if the meeting's going to go past 10 o'clock, and you generally say, we all approve the meeting going past 10 o'clock. The intention is to allow you some time to conduct business before shutting down. The thought I had was that the meeting would stop at midnight. But 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, the meeting still goes on. I would encourage members of council to ask for a motion when you get to 10 o'clock to find out what items are left on the agenda. Because I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. Some of you get up early also. And some of you, like I do, have to go to work the next day. And you don't really seem to concern about the members of the public who watch these events on TV. They have to go to work. Some of you have to go to bed by 10 o'clock. So how can we participate in the council meetings when you want us to participate in council meetings? We keep on and on and on past 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. I'm dead to the world by 10:30. I'm going to be dead soon. So I would ask you to perhaps consider yourself when the vote comes up at 10 o'clock, say, no, I need to go to bed. I need to serve my public wide awake. If you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and you work a 10 or 12-hour day, and you come to city council and work another 4 or 5 hours, how sharp is your mind? I suspect that you're not clearly thinking sometimes when you make important decisions. I've noticed that agendas get passed first thing in the meetings, but budgets and capital improvement projects get passed at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's not sound thinking. I encourage you to please think of the public when you make your decisions, and perhaps stop the meetings at 10, 10:30 when you voted to go beyond 10. Take care of the most current meeting, the current item that you're discussing, and then say, thank you very much, we're going to take this on some other time. It's staff who's scheduling these agenda meetings. Staff is telling you to work till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. Public input is important, but so is being able to make an intelligent decision at 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much for your time. I'll be singing later on tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Stein, for your comments. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me, Mayor. Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers virtually and in person for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item. This is the report from the city manager. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a couple of quick announcements. I would like to say it's been so far a rather celebratory mood in the chambers tonight. I think it's very rare to have several people here who've been celebrating or are celebrating birthdays beyond 100 years old. So that was a very, very rare situation. We would have had cake and drinks, but the senior commissioners drank everything. So Diego, if you can bring up the announcements. Okay, actually, I'm going to come back to this one. Let's go to May 17 is the city's Cultural and Community Services Department presenting the South Oxnard Block Party. They advertise this as Learn, Play, Celebrate. Get ready for an evening of fun, excitement, and community featuring senior dance, exercise workshops, mini murals, weaving, arts and crafts, face painting, gaming, tournament, movie night, and so much more. It is scheduled to be, again, on May 17th at the South Oxnard Center, which is at 200 East Bard Road, scheduled from 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. You can see the agenda of events. The event's scheduled from 4 to 8, but rainbow weaving is going to apparently start early at 3, probably because weaving takes some time. And then the other events there you see that I highlighted, and then the movie. The movie seating starts at 6, and the movie will begin at 6:30 p.m. And apparently we are being treated to the Little Rascals. That sounds quite fun. Okay, so that's May 17, South Oxnard Block Party. And it's free. Free, free, free. Okay, not to be outdone, the Public Works Department on Wednesday, May 21st, they are going to host their open house right downtown at Plaza Park. And it is scheduled from 1 p.m. And run through the afternoon into the early evening at 7 p.m. So they also are going to be educational, provide fun activities, and of course it's free. There will be interactive booths where people can learn about the variety of services our women and men in the Public Works Department provide for our community every single day. You can check out our fleet of huge trucks, including the ones we use for trash collection, for sewer services, tree trimming, our dump trucks, and many other trucks. So again, that is the Public Works Open House. Wednesday, May 21st, here downtown at Plaza Park, begins at 1 p.m., runs all the way through 7 p.m. So plenty of time for people to bring their families out that afternoon and into the early evening. Okay, so now we're going to go back to Building Safety Month. So the city celebrates the International Code Council's Building Safety Month, which promotes the importance of safe and sustainable buildings in our community. And with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Jeff Pengilly to come tell us why this is so important.
Thank you, Alex. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Jeff Pengilly, Community Development Director. I'll be brief in light of Mr. Stein's comments, be respectful of that. Building and Safety Month 2025, as Alex mentioned, celebrates the International Code Council's promotion of the importance of safe and sustainable buildings in our community. We also recognize the vital work of our local code officials, our permit technicians, our engineers, our inspectors, our support staff who work very hard to help ensure the buildings that we live, work, and play in are safe. And not just the buildings, but the infrastructure that supports them. We also have public infrastructure, engineering, and inspection teams as well that I want to recognize. We also recognize the importance of having modern buildings that are built and constructed and inspected to the latest codes. This helps not only the residents and the businesses, but lenders and insurance companies know with certainty that those buildings are safe and modern and meet all current standards. I'd like to thank the staff of the Building and Engineering Division of Community Development for their hard work. A couple of quick facts and figures. This fiscal year, we anticipate issuing about 7,000 building permits, performing over 24,000 building inspections. We will have served over 11,000 walk-in customers at our service counter, about 3,000 through email, and we've issued about 500 encroachment permits. Again, engineers, permit technicians, inspectors, and support staff all working together to provide this service for our community. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that for over 28 years in service or in support of our business community, any business-related permit, commercial or industrial, we have a plan check in 1 hour program, and it's been in effect for 28 years. By appointment, they come in, sit down with all staff in 1 hour meeting and get their plan check taken care of without waiting in a queue. Also, January 1st of this year, we launched a residential version of that program to support our housing development, specifically the influx of ADUs that we're seeing through our process. We will update our website this month and relaunch both of those programs in a more prominent location so that we can do a better job promoting this to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And I just want to add, just for a little bit of context, for most of us who, if we're not interacting with this, it's not always clear why building codes are so important. So I just call people's attention to what happened to the city of Christchurch, New Zealand in 2011. So at that time, Christchurch had a population of approximately 367,000 residents. 2011 is not even 15 years ago. They had a 6.2-ish earthquake. The primary earthquake lasted only 10 seconds. There were a couple of aftershocks a few days later. Resulted in at least 185 deaths, over 7,000 injuries to 7,000 individuals. In 2011, 12-ish dollars, there's about $30 billion of damage. They had 100,000 buildings suffered damage. 10,000 of the buildings in that community were leveled. And in the years of the aftermath, they estimate that 20% of their population actually migrated out of their city. It's a 10-second earthquake. So, and in the aftermath of that, with all the discussions, of course, advancing and modernizing building codes was a big deal. And they talked about how they recognize that it does make construction more important, but you can understand, given their disaster, how significant it is. So it's a good reminder for those of us in California to appreciate why the building codes to our standards in earthquake country is so significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
Kristen.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Parvo.
And Mayor and fellow councilmen, I really appreciate this item coming forward and sharing it. I was unaware that they were going to talk about this. But I am aware from the numerous people that complain that the city of Oxnard is always dragging its feet with building inspections, code enforcement. You just heard something and explained about another city somewhere else, but it could be you. It could be you, it could be me, it could be everybody in this room. The work that these people do for the health, safety, and welfare of this community is tremendous. And those few that continually bring up issues, I hope that in the future, when they do bring them up, we have the track record. Because ladies and gentlemen, facts and evidence and track records matter. When they have been building and having problems with their construction and the operations that they operate under, it needs to be exposed. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Parvo. If there are no further comments on the city manager's report, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item I, and this is the reports from any one of us up here. But if there's no objection, I'm going to ask that we move this item towards the end, being respectful of time. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I do have an objection to that. I think that 3 minutes times 7, 21 minutes max, take it to 2 minutes to get it done. I would like to get something said so everyone can hear what I'd like to say.
We can do that.
Thank you very
That's
much.
fine. Yeah, we can do that. So we'll go to, yeah, we'll do that then. We'll just try to limit, if we can condense our comments and speeches.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Sounds good. We'll start with you, Mr. Parvo.
The Channel Islands Neighborhood Council has a department in that neighborhood council that does water quality. They would like to make a presentation to the council. They would like to get the new council members to see what is going on, a significant issue in the city of Oxnard. I'm requesting that they be given that opportunity to make that presentation. The other item is Thursday night from 6 to 8 at the golf course. The Windsor North River Ridge Neighborhood Council is going to reactivate. Hopefully we get enough people there to reactivate the neighborhood council. And that's my comments. Thank you very much, Mayor, for letting me say that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Parvo. Councilwoman Perez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick in my report, wanted to thank Chief Hamilton, Katie, Jeff, and the city manager's office for holding a town hall in District 5 and 6. Myself and Councilwoman Basua were in attendance regarding hazard safety zones, so wanted to thank them for the work there. I also had the opportunity to meet with the president of Oxnard College and wanted to make a recommendation to add to a future agenda for either sometime in September or October for him to come in, give a presentation to council regarding updates around the work that they're doing at the college there. I also had the opportunity to join our city manager last Saturday for the State of Latinas in the Central Coast Symposium, where we talked about the wage gap and some of the data there, highlighting the need to close wage gaps within the Central Coast. I've also received multiple notices from constituents regarding graffiti throughout South Oxnard, and I'm working internally to potentially connect with property owners to bring more art into the South End. There's tons of research that shows that art is a good way to mitigate and to also just take care of our neighborhood and our communities. So more to come on that. I also wanted to thank our city staff for producing the Know Your Rights information on our website. I know I've seen a lot of information out there regarding our undocumented community, and really wanted to just remind folks that you have the right to remain silent, and wanted to also thank many organizations that are leading the Know Your Rights trainings. There is a rapid response hotline on our website, and wanted to point the community to those resources. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple quick updates. First, I know it's not a ceremonial item for us, but I did want to recognize it's Municipal Clerks Week and thank our clerk for her wonderful work and her team that she has. So thank you to Lily. Yes, Lily and Dee, thank you. And then Marisol, you all do a lot of work for just a small team. So thank you so much. I also, just one quick update as well on participation. I mentioned at the last meeting, I chaperoned the grad night for the 8th grade students to Universal Studios, and I had a bus of 53 people along with another adult chaperone and I. So 53 8th grade students on a bus all the way to Universal Studios and back. It was a lot of fun. I say that wholeheartedly. I loved it. I enjoyed it very much. And it was just a great experience. It's been a while since I've chaperoned a large group, let alone a large group of middle school students. And so it was a nice throwback for me and reminded me of how old I am now. And so great time. Thank you to our rec department for all the great work they do in offering that. And it was a team of dozens and dozens of people who make that happen. And so if you get a chance to volunteer, I highly encourage it. And then just the last thing I'll mention, I'm glad Mr. Stein had mentioned regarding the long times that we have for our meetings as of late. And we had, I've had a number of communications from members of the public, including an email we all received today from a member of the public. And I just want to commend the mayor in trying to find solutions for it and work in a way that still has us be able to do the business that we need to do here, but do it in a way that honors the time and commitment of the public and the staff in this work. So while Robert's Rules does have procedures that are more formal ways of limiting time for each of us up here or for any agenda item, I appreciate the ideas that has been thrown out at the last meeting to try and self-regulate that. Because we do want to balance the importance of transparency and what we're doing here at our meetings, especially given the constraints that Measure M puts on us at times. But also we have to balance that with the right of the public, the staff, and the council to weigh in on these items, and also respect the time commitment that the public and staff put into this. And in my opinion, meetings going too long or diving deep into minutia, that's tantamount to a disservice to the public and a disservice in transparency. So I appreciate the mayor bringing that up, and I hope that we can work on that to self-regulate tonight on limiting our times to the ballpark times that the mayor gives for us tonight. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll go to Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep my comments for next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you don't sound very well, Councilwoman. We'll go to Mr. Starr. Go ahead.
Okay, real quickly, I attended the Association of Water Agencies monthly meeting. Gabriella, Councilmember Basua was there with me. I was the alternate. I attended a tour of the Freeman Diversion put on by the United Water Conservation District. The Freeman Diversion is used to basically divert water from the nearby river into the aquifers. I crashed Gabriela Rodriguez's community conversations meeting, so I think that's a good opportunity for people to attend that. I received a letter, I think all of you received a letter from OPAC, I guess proposing an agreement. I don't know whether it's an agreement that staff likes or not, but I'm hoping that at some point we'll hear back from them as far as how we can make progress with that. And lastly, I just want to extend my appreciation to Heather Schmidt. So Heather Schmidt is starting a neighborhood watch program in East Village. She's working with Corporal Brockett and also with the traffic engineering folks, because you need to put up signs in appropriate places. And I think that she should be commended for this volunteerism. I'm hoping that others will do the same to help make our city safer. And I encourage people from all parts of the city to reach out to City Hall to see how they can participate in creating their own neighborhood watch program to make their neighborhood safer.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Go ahead.
I had my office hours, and thank you, Larry Stein, for joining and having great conversations about water. Thank you, Member Starr, for joining as well. And as usual, the first Saturday of every month, I've been at the library, and I look forward to getting to work and know the different constituents. I wanted to share that one of the highlights that I'd like to share from the last meeting and now is that I've been working with the city manager and HR director, Steve Neveu, on our hiring opportunities and making sure that folks know that these opportunities are out there. I know there was a constituent that shared a concern about just the timing of an opportunity being available and how much people know about it and their ability to apply. And depending on what that looks like, a bi-monthly newsletter may not provide enough information for folks to have information on it. We can always get cards on NeoGov that will remind us if we're interested in a specific role. Just the knowledge of knowing that these opportunities are out there does not guarantee anybody a job, but at least there's transparency and clarity. So I appreciate HR Director Neveu for working with me and City Manager to make sure that we're working towards more transparency and folks knowing that these opportunities are out there. I know I had met with DOYA representatives as well, so I'm glad that they had the opportunity to come and share a report today. I think some of their other concerns have been safety, light fixtures, and other things that they highlighted. And I believe we're still working on getting some maintenance parts for us to be able to get our elevators fixed in the parking structure in downtown. So I will keep my comments at that, and yeah, looking forward to connecting with other folks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I'll just wrap up just by, in summary, when I first came into office, one of the first conversations I had with our city manager as to what I wanted to do, what I wanted to accomplish, I shared with him that I wanted to make our city beautiful. I wanted to focus on the aesthetic appeal of our city. And so he listened. I had a follow-up conversation with Steve Hollett and Michael Wolf. And I hope that you are all seeing how beautiful our streets look. You look at Oxnard Boulevard, Gonzalez Road, Rose, Rice. And so I'm just sincerely thankful to Mr. Wolf and Mr. Hallett and also our city manager for hearing that. Because our city is presenting well. And I believe that if our city is beautiful, it enhances the property values of all of us here that live and work in the city. It increases tourism into our city, and that's more money coming into businesses. And people wanted to do business here and also to invest in properties here. So a sincere thank you to you, Alex, and to Mr. Wolf and Steve for doing just that and making that a priority. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is from the city clerk, and this is the appointment of members to serve on the city's citizen advisory groups. The recommendation on this is that the mayor, with the approval of the city council, appoint Mr. Jose Cano to the Cultural Arts Commission representing District 4. And I'm prepared to make a motion to accept this recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, wonderful. Any comments, or is there any public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for council business. Thank you.
Wonderful. If I can just ask for the vote?
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is the review of information consent. At this time, the members of the legislative body will consider whether to remove information consent agenda items for discussion later during the meeting. Do any council members have any consent items they wish to discuss? Go ahead,
Number
Councilmember.
1 and number 4.
Anyone else? No? Okay. We'll move to item number 1, Mr. Parlow.
If there are no other discussions, do you want to move, I'll make a motion to approve the rest of the information consent, except 1 and 4.
Sounds good. I'll make a second.
Are there any speakers on any of those items?
Sounds like,
Yes, Mayor MacArthur, we have Larry Stein, who would like to speak on item number 5.
sounds good, Mr. Stein?
Number 4 and number 5 are somewhat related. I'm somewhat concerned about the fact that we're paying for credit card services. Most credit card merchants don't charge for the service that I'm aware of. They collect their fees and people buy products from them. So when a credit card company processes a credit card, the merchant is charged a fee, a 3% fee. But this fee seems to be somewhat confusing to me as to what we're paying, whether we're paying a variable cost or a fixed cost on this agreement. The other portion I have is the reliability of the software company, Tyler. I don't know how reliable Tyler is because we use Tyler software within the city already, and I've had problems with it as far as the information system goes. So if the people are having problems with the software and accessing the software by a Tyler company, one aspect of it, what makes one think that we're not going to have problems with another aspect of Tyler software? Again, I'm somewhat concerned that the vendors selected may not be as reliable as other vendors. I'm also concerned about the cost of this contract, whether it's going to be a variable cost or a fixed cost, because it seems to imply that in the information consent it's going to be a fixed cost, but I see a variable cost between a range. So I'd like to get a clarification on the nature of the fees being charged for these services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Mayor and council members, that actually concludes our speakers on items not on the, on the information and consent agenda.
Thank you. Go, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Before we vote on the balance of the consent items, before going to the ones that were pulled for discussion, I'd like to see if we can give staff an opportunity to speak briefly to Mr. Stein's concerns that he brings up, because this is an important item. I know it's similar items that come in the past regarding the fees for use of credit cards. So I'm wondering if we could just take a moment for responding to that.
Thank you, Mr. Javier Lázaro, for coming up.
Good evening, Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer with the City of Oxnard. These two agreements that are in front of the City Council today are kind of a continuation of City Council recommendation to start passing the merchant fees to the customers that utilize those cards to pay for the cities that the city provides. There was the city currently absorbs those costs for all the credit cards, and that cost fluctuates between $400,000 and $600,000 a year. Follow City Council direction, the city staff started working with all the merchant services providers to modify the programming that would allow to change that process. So instead of invoicing the city, the customers that use those services will be the ones basically just paying for those services. That's kind of the reasons we have these contracts. Why we have these two agreements in front of you is as the city is implementing the ERP models that require the use of credit card services, we have to look for compatibility between the merchant services and the software that the city is using. That's why we have these two agreements. One agreement is going to allow us to keep using merchant services with the legacy system, mostly on the utility billing. And the new agreement with Tyler Technologies for credit card services is going to allow the city to use merchant services for the new models that are being implemented through the ERP.
Thank you. And
Go ahead.
just another quick clarifying point, if you would, Mr. Lazaro. Do other cities utilize a similar structure as this, where they pass that cost on to the person making the purchase?
Yes, there's other cities that this is it's becoming more common even in our surrounding cities. They're also charging this convenience fee to the customers that use the credit cards.
Thank you. And the last point, I know when this came up previously in utility billing, there was a little bit of confusion around it on the side of the end user. And I'm hoping that, if this were to be approved, some kind of messaging or signage will be made clear for folks to expect this. And I see we have anticipated summer 2025, which is just around the corner for us, and then for Tyler, late 2027. But as we do those transitions, just so it's clear on folks to have front loading to expect this to happen. And I know my business tax certificate is due in June, so I'm probably going to experience it, but that's fine. That's the cost of doing business. I'll write it off. But anyways, I just wanted to make that point. So thank you, Mayor. Oh, and Ms.
Yes, to that point, the city has been notifying on the utility billings that these changes are coming, but without knowing the exact date that those changes were coming. If City Council approve these agreements today, we'll go one more round to verify that all the configuration is working properly, and then we'll be notifying the customers of the changes with the exact date that those changes will be implemented.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Perillo?
I just have one question. The speaker did ask, he apparently doesn't have confidence in the software company. How do you feel comfortable with the software company that's going to be doing the work for us?
So, yes, we do.
Thank you. Those are my only questions.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add
Yes, go
quickly, the comments that the merchants don't charge, I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. Most merchants would just put it in their price. But think about if you go to a small business, you'll see a sign at the register, credit cost, or if you want to pay cash, it's less. That's at almost every gas station. You can see the credit price and the cash price. So some of them actually advertise the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that sufficiently answers some of your questions, Mr. Stein. But Councilmember Starr, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think as long as we're offering people the option of not paying by credit card, it doesn't really, I don't find it objectionable that we would charge somebody for using a credit card. I still use old-fashioned checks, I suppose, most of the time. So it doesn't bother me in the least, so I'd be in favor of this. In fact, I would offer the following statement, which is that there's a good possibility that in some ways it saves us money to have payments by credit card because you don't have to go through the manual process of opening an envelope, processing a check, coding it to the right account. So there are some savings there, and I could see an argument being made for maybe charging a little less of a convenience fee. But other than that, I don't have an objection to the concept.
Thank you. Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 1 on the consent agenda per Mr. Perillo. This is a report from the city manager, the update on status and accomplishments of current Measure O projects. The recommendation is that the city council receive and file this report. The Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee heard this update at its April 24th, 2025 meeting. We'll start with you, Mr. Porter. Go ahead.
Much, Mayor. I do appreciate the Measure O. There were some comments made during this earlier meeting with respect to what Measure O was done. I made some comments myself. But my specific comments have to do with page 68 and 69, item number 2 and item number 5. Item number 2 is recreation services. Funding to support after-school program fixed cost for 12 local schools. That's number 2. And number 5, field rentals for College Park. My specific questions. On the first item, it says the program serves 2,778 children, grades 1 through 8. The next item, it says serves over 200 teams, which I imagine there's more than multiple people on a team, ages 6 to 18, and also 4 adult soccer leagues. With the recent murder that took place and the body dumped in just outside of the city of Oxnard, I want to know if our city is involved in things like this, that we are holding those coaches to background checks, or they, in my opinion, we do not allow people to work on our fields. That's my question. And I don't know if Terrell is the party, but I appreciate somebody answering that question, because I cannot support this if we're not doing background checks.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Terrell Harrison, Culture and Community Services Director. Councilman Perello, just so I understand correctly, you want to know if we actually conduct the background checks on our soccer leagues or make sure that they actually do.
I want to let me clarify, and thank you for asking me to clarify. I wasn't clean enough, I guess. Didn't correct me. We're talking about 10 local schools, and we're talking about 200 teams, and mostly the 10 local schools are grades 1 through 8, and the 200 teams are age 6 through 18, but there's also 4 adult soccer leagues. I'm not questioning that. Any team that uses a City of Oxnard property that has a coach or a manager or somebody dealing with kids, if they have not been background checked and had the approval of whatever the process is, because I know that our city background checks various people that work with children. The both of you at the podium have assured me of that in the past. I want to make sure any teams, including teams that we are not involved with that use our fields, do background checks on these kids.
So, Councilman Perello, there's separating the two. The first item that you're speaking of has to do with after-school programs in the 10 schools. Our staff, as well as our volunteers, that we make sure that they're background checked. Yes, those are all background checked. As far as the leagues are concerned, the City of Oxnard has its own leagues that participate. We make sure those have been background checked. Outside leagues that are coming in, outside leagues within our community, no, we do not. There are leagues, such for instance, take for instance like youth baseball, football, tackle football. We know they belong to the parent organization, and they actually receive background checks through their organization. We don't conduct them. If there's any violations, they do not report them to us. So for some of them, yes, we know that is going on. For all of them, and I know you mentioned soccer, I can't tell you that there's background checks being done.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your candor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead, Councilwoman.
I do have a follow-up question to that. Thank you very much. When we rent the facilities and collaborate with other leagues, we ask for a certain like insurance requirement and certain standards, right?
Correct.
And background check is not currently one of our policies, but it could become one.
Background checks is not our current policy. It is the law.
Okay.
That you're supposed to have that. People tell us that they actually do, but I can tell you that I've seen other leagues actually not have those actually done.
Okay. So the best we do right now is ask for insurance coverage.
We ask for insurance coverage, making sure they have the appropriate insurance coverages, and we state that you have to follow the law and all those things. The fact that they are following the law, I can't tell you that they are or not.
Thank you very much. I could see the concern that was brought up by Councilmember Perello because, you know, there was a young person whose body we found a body here. Well, not here, right outside the outskirts of our city.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you very much for sharing the information.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Harrison and Mr. Tapia. I just, if I can, for Councilmember Perello and Mr. Harrison can correct me on this if I'm in any way inaccurate, but any city-sanctioned activity, event, program in which there are adults interacting with minors in any way, even peripherally, have to be background checked. I had to receive a background check as a commissioner to be on the Parks and Recreation Community Services Commission, and even to go to this past Thursday's event where I was simply chaperoning students required a background check of all the volunteers who were doing that. Is that correct, Mr. Harrison?
100% correct, sir.
Okay, so we have that at least when it falls under the umbrella, or at least the purview of the city, programming, operations, interaction, even peripherally. That is a requirement, but I think as Mr. Harrison said, these outside leagues that don't necessarily answer to the city of Oxnard in that they answer to state law, they answer to their insurance providers on ensuring that those protections are in place. I wish that I could sit here and say absolutely they all do it, and I share the same concern as Councilor Perello, and I can see you both nodding your heads that those who just say they do and just skirt those rules just because it cuts corners, saves time, but it also opens holes for situations to arise that could end up with some long-standing consequences for everybody involved. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
It's my understanding, maybe I'm just incorrect here, that this is just a receive and file status report. We've already approved these projects prior. So I'm not even sure if it's in order to make a change here, but I guess my question for Councilmember Perello is, do you want to cease further funding those two projects for the rest of the year? Is that something that you're advocating for, or?
I'm advocating for I really appreciate the answers that I got from staff on item number 2. We do background checks of the 10 school programs. They're both nodding their heads. Mr. Starr, on item number 5, it was stated to us that not all the teams that use our field, and it's College Park programs. That's City of Oxnard property. That's City of Oxnard's neck on the chopping block if something goes wrong. As you and I have been in closed session, we find out people come after the deep pockets. They look at Oxnard as a sugar daddy, gonna pay all the bills. With respect to the amount of money that is allotted, $115,000, I consider a life worth a lot more than $115,000. I do not want to have people use our fields that don't have background checks. As they stated, they could follow the law if they tell us the truth. A lot of people don't tell us the truth, and we find out later. I cannot support this part of it.
So would it be your position that we could reduce the potential liability of the city if we were to not spend the remaining amount of that budget on project number 5?
My position is that, and that we do not allow any team that is involved with the city of Oxnard, if they want to pay party up to a school district, as we had a murder at the Oxnard High School District, an individual beaten to death, one council member, I believe, was there. We don't need things like that happening. What happened with the child that was dumped on the Harbor Boulevard was a coach that had not had a background check. The DA in Los Angeles didn't persecute or didn't pursue the fact that he had issues in his background. I don't want that from a traveling team or a local team happening here. 207,000 people officially in this, I don't know them all, but I know that one parent has got to value their kid for more than $115,000. And I value him for a lot more. I don't want to put my city's neck on the line.
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry. Point of order on this. As pointed out by Councilmember Starr, this is a receive and file for the Measure O report. I believe the discussion we're having is important points, but this seems like it goes into a formalized agenda item to discuss the appropriation of Measure O funds. So I just wanted to
And you're
point
going
that
right
out.
in the direction I want you to go in, because I want to ask the question, since it wouldn't be appropriate, I don't think, at this time to reduce the funding that's already been approved, because this is just a status report. I was wondering if Councilmember Perello wants to place on a future agenda item this item for consideration of whether we want to continue funding or not.
What do you want to do?
I appreciate the point that the Mayor Pro Tem has brought, but I wish that the Mayor Pro Tem would take a good look. It says the Finance and Governance Committee approved 3-0, April 22nd. I don't recall if the child was found murdered before April 22nd. I believe that if they were, the people that serve on the Finance and Governance, I believe Rodriguez and Starr, would have asked the questions I'm asking. Since I'm not sure about that date, but I am sure about the homicide and the situation that occurred, I'm asking that date, not the fact that I wasn't on the Finance and Governance Committee and haven't had a chance to ask a question about that. I'm asking it now. That's why I'm asking the questions.
So if it's an order,
And this is a receive and file. So if it's a receive and file, I'm voting no on this thing.
Well, there's
I
nothing-
stand my ground on that. I'm not looking to change the world, but I want to make sure that anything like this doesn't fall through the cracks. Because I serve with 6 of you others in the back room, and I know what gets said in the back room. We don't want to spend money on stupid things. Making a mistake and overseeing, letting this slide is a stupid thing.
So Mayor?
Let me, City Manager had a comment to make on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm hearing from Councilmember Perello is he's raising a potential new policy question so that we can take that to the respective committee and either institute, because Councilwoman Rodriguez asked the very basic question. If we require the insurance, proof of insurance, then the policy question is, should we require proof of these background checks? That's a policy issue. It's indirectly related to this item. We can take that to that committee as soon as possible, but it's a question for the council to vote thumbs up or down on if we want to add that to the requirement as a policy.
Thank you.
So Mr. Mayor, since this is a receive and file item, there's actually no vote required by any of us on this. I would be supportive of Mr. Perello's position that we should bring this to a future council meeting for consideration.
Mayor, I appreciate the city manager's thing, but I can tell you that I know from the past that there have been people, even on this council, that have poised themselves to get questions asked that they can be put in litigation. If anything comes up from this day forward where somebody has a problem with a kid, they're going to know that there was a discussion here and we didn't take an action tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, just okay.
Councilmember Perello, this isn't on the agenda for action. So what the city manager is proposing is that this be brought through the committee process to be queued up for a future action. So that is the only way you can do that lawfully.
Okay,
Okay,
and I apologize for cutting you off. I do understand that, but there's another option. The option is to table this item till it goes to committee and it gets cleaned up. That'd be my motion.
If I may, Mayor, the Measure O report, council member, this is a report of things that have already occurred.
City Attorney, can you provide some clarification? Are we able to, do we need to make this is only a receive and file?
it's a receive and
correct?
file report, so no action is being taken. You're required, your procedures require you to have this before you. We've seen where judges have ordered items that don't require council action to be brought to the council by being placed on the agenda. This is similar to that. So you have raised your point. It has been elevated to a future committee agenda item that will be brought to a future council item. So it sounds like what you're asking for is going to happen through a process where the public will be on notice of what will be discussed so that they can weigh in as well as you.
Is my motion out of order that I'm asking it to be tabled till it goes back to whatever happens in a committee? And if it doesn't get a second, I understand it dies and that's where it lays.
Well, theoretically, you could table a receive and file item indefinitely.
Okay.
And if your colleagues support you in that, then that's how it is.
Okay. My motion again, to table this item, and if something is going to be done in a committee, that be added to this to clean it up. That from now on, we do not allow what has transpired or is transpiring.
Sounds good. Is there a second on this item? All right, then the motion dies to table it. We'll move to item number 4. This is from you as well, Mr. Perello. With that, he died, there wasn't a second. Yeah.
On this, on number 4.
I think your microphone, Ms. Pearl.
Number 4, with respect to the charges, just a clarification. All the people that automatically have their bills paid by having given their information to the city of Oxnard, they will now receive a charge through this term electronic checks. So the least expensive way for a resident to pay his utility bill is to offer a physical check to the city of Oxnard. The second least expensive is to put it in the mail and spend $1 on a stamp. And the third least expensive is the electronic check.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Perello. Javier Chagoyen, Finance Director, CFO for the City of Oxnard. The cheapest way is the way the customers are not going to be charged any fee is if they pay cash at the service center. They bring a check at the service center, and if they pay currently with a credit card at the service center with the merchant service. Now, if they are paying with an electronic check, then they will be through this merchant. They will be charged that fee. There's another form. I know certain financial institutions allow you to create your list of vendors, and you manually enter your account information, and that I'm aware that those don't charge anything. Okay. So part of this process is going to include also a communication that is going to inform the customers all those options that they have to make payments, to make sure that they can prepare themselves to use the option that is the best for them, and they can identify which one is the less expensive as well.
I asked this question because I've gotten asked from residents from other people's council districts. Specifically, they have their charges automatically deducted. And is there going to be an extra charge? From the sound of what I hear, there will be an extra charge, so that I know when they call me again, and I tell them to continually call your district representative, the charge, if they are having automatic amounts deducted, there is going to be a charge on that extra.
If they have those automatic charges in their credit card, for example, there will be a fee.
Thank you very much. That was my question. That's what I'm trying to get out. Hope the public heard that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearl. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Thank you.
Mr. Pearl, or Councilmember Pearl just motioned, I'll second. If I can, just quickly, and I see Mr. Chayogan Lazaro has stepped away, just as I was going to, just make it a point similar to the item that Mr. Stein had raised. On this one, similar thing, as I had mentioned, there was a little bit of, I think, confusion or maybe sticker shock from the public when this came up in the past. I'm hoping that messaging and some front loading for members of the public can happen. I appreciate Councilor Perillo's points that he just made so that it's clear on what we're expecting. I mean, I look at the table in the staff report, and I am someone who maybe writes a handful of checks a year, if that, only when it's required that I write a check. I do everything electronically, automatically. I just don't want to worry about it. And just know that for me, for utility billing, for example, I will incur a $3.95 per payment charge for that. And that's something for me as an individual consumer I have to weigh out. Is that an additional charge I'm willing to pay for the convenience of not having to go in and pay with cash or mail a check or whatever the case may be? For me, that's a decision that I'll have to make as an individual, and I'm willing to do it because we're not the only game in town that is doing that. We're not the only city in the county that's doing that. And as the city manager pointed out, you can go to any small business and they also are hammered with these fees and have to pass it on to their customers. And so nobody's pocketing money or skimming money off. This is truly a pass-through charge, unfortunately, that we can no longer subsidize, or we're choosing not to subsidize as a council. So I appreciate that. And if it's worth anything, I will change my auto deduction from a debit to a credit, because at least my credit card will get points on that at the end of the year. So I don't know if that goes for anybody, but just throwing that out there. Again, thank you very much. Just asking for some messaging for the public on this one wherever we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on any of these items?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers for L4.
Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
Yeah, just for members of the public. So in my bank account, I actually have a service where it's a check writing service. And they don't charge any fees for that. They mail it in. So one way you can avoid any charges is to simply use a check service that your bank offers.
That's
I
correct.
think I'm using Capital One, I think.
Yep, that's correct. So, Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. Just call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basula?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is the time and place set for a public hearing on item M1 from the Housing Department. Subject 2025-29 Ventura County Regional Consolidation Plan, 2025 through 2029 Ventura County Regional Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, and the 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding the 2025 through 2029 Ventura County Regional Consolidated Plan, the 2025 through 2029 Ventura County Regional Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, and the 2025-26 Annual Action Plan to be submitted to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Community Planning and Development. Two, approve the 2025 through 2029 Ventura County Regional Consolidated Plan and the 2025 through 2029 Ventura County Regional Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice. Three, authorize the city manager or his designees to incorporate any recommended changes resulting from public input to the Ventura County Regional Consolidated Plan, the Ventura County Regional Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, and 2025 through 2026 Annual Action Plan. Four, approve the 2025 through 2026 Annual Action Plan and incorporate the final HUD allocations into the plan and authorize the budget appropriations to fund the administration and activities in the plan. Number five, authorize the city manager or his designees to make any budgetary adjustments within 10% or $200,000, whichever is greater, per the citizen participation plan of the proposed budget in the 2025 through 2026 Annual Action Plan that is approved by City Council. And six, authorize the city manager or his designees to execute HUD agreements and sign all agreements for the implementation of the Ventura County Regional Consolidated Plan, Ventura County Regional Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, and Annual Action Plan, including subrecipients, interdepartmental, and interdepartmental agreements. And the Community Services, Public Safety, Housing, and Development Committee approved this 3-0 on April 8th, 2025. And Ms. Brenda Lopez, the Interim Housing Director, is here to answer any questions and give us an overview. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the consolidated plan, it's led by Ventura County. It includes a number of other cities collaborate with it. Do other cities go through this same process of receiving public comment and approval of their consolidated plan? And do they have to approve it and us to approve it in order for it to work? Or what happens if they don't approve it and we do, or vice versa?
Ms. Lopez, real quick, just Madam Clerk, before we start, can you confirm the certification and publication and written communications of any?
Mayor, there was a legal notice for the public hearing published in Be the Newspaper on April 3rd. The City Clerk's Office has received no written communications on this item that has been previously provided to the council.
And real quick, Madam Clerk, do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record? No? Okay.
I did not.
Okay. Nothing? Okay. Nothing, Ms. Councilwoman Basua? No? Okay. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website. And a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website. Ms. Lopez, the interim housing director, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarification questions council members may have before we take any public testimony on this item. And we have one speaker on this item. Before we get to that, Ms. Lopez, if you can address Councilmember Starr's questions, go ahead.
Greetings, Brenda Lopez, Interim Housing Director. Yes, to answer Mr. Starr's question, each city does need to present their consolidated plan. We did work with the county as the lead agency to facilitate the request for proposals and get the impediments, the AI plan and the consolidated plan, but each city has to go before their governing board, get approval, because these two plans feed into the annual action plan, and the annual action plan are the estimated allocations that we believe we're going to receive for the various programs. So each of us needs to get their approval because it's tied to another annual plan.
Okay. So does this report have any practical value beyond meeting HUD's reporting requirements? What does this do beyond that? Is this something we'd create on our own anyway, or is it just because HUD requires it of us?
It is required by HUD, but also for us, it is a very valuable document in that if you notice, it does a deep dive into market analysis, demographics, barriers for our community, in our case, City of Oxnard. So this analysis assists us in looking for funding priorities, programs that are going to decrease the barriers. So it's a market analysis that is useful for us to then plan our strategic goals.
Okay. And I do have questions about specific parts of the report. So I'm looking at our agenda pack. I'm looking at page 380, which I think is page 4 of the market analysis there. The question I have is I see a table of affordable housing properties with expected expiration dates for any affordability covenants. And I was wondering about the one property listed with an expiration date in the past, which is the second property there. It's the Paseo El Prado Apartments, which I think is on the edge of Oxnard. I guess more fundamentally, what causes there to be properties with expiration dates, and how do we address them, and why do we have one that's reporting one in the past?
I'm going to ask our Assistant Director, Albert Ramirez, to step up to the podium just to give this response.
Thank you.
Can you repeat your questions just to make sure I could?
Sure. So on page 380 of the packet, there's this table of affordable housing properties with expected expiration dates for any affordability covenants. At least that's my understanding of what this does. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the second property on there, the Paseo El Prado Apartments, I think it shows an expiration date in the past. Maybe that's a typo, I'm not sure. So I guess I want to ask about that property first, and then I'll follow up with my fundamental question.
Yeah, I don't have that information in front of me. I don't know the background on that project specifically, okay. But I will say a lot of our affordable housing projects do have expiration dates. So they apply for funding. At times most of them have a 55-year affordability covenant. At times they do expire. So there are other funding sources that they may receive that require it to remain affordable for a certain period of time, and at times some do expire. For those that do expire, we try to assist in various ways. Maybe say we offer them additional funding to continue the affordability. So we definitely try to get in front of it, so they don't expire and people are being displaced or rents are going up immediately. So we try to do what we can. I don't have the specifics on this project, but that's historically kind of how we try to handle the situations.
Okay. Appreciate that. I really like knowing about this simply because there's so many units that seem to expire like in 2025, 2027. I mean, hundreds of people could be displaced if we didn't act on it. On page 392, which I believe is page 16 of that market analysis, there's a table of public housing units and their physical condition is measured by inspection scores. And for the Oxnard properties, I'm seeing scores ranging from 75 to 92, but I don't know what's an acceptable score. I was just wondering if maybe you could elaborate on that and tell us, are our scores over time degrading or are they improving?
Yeah, I would need to take a deeper dive to understand this this table here. As you can see, it's a lengthy document. I don't know every detail of this document, but I could, unless it sounds like Brenda may have some additional information here, so I definitely hand it over to her. She might be able to share some more info.
And by the way, if the answers aren't available right now, in a future meeting or just afterwards, that's fine.
Yes, thank you for the question. So these scores are talking about the public housing properties. And if you notice, these were last, when the report was ran, we had last been inspected in 2022. All of these properties were inspected under what's called the REAC. REAC is an inspection system that the Department of Housing and Urban Development has for public housing units. We always want to score in the upper 80s. What that means to us is the quality of our properties. Also keep in mind that they're older properties, so we usually have a harder time landing in the upper 90s. Where does this impact us? In that if we score below the 80%, that means that HUD will come out and inspect us more often than when we score in high scores. Don't have the scores in front of me, but I know that all the properties scored in the low 90s this year. So they've all been re-inspected.
One of them was down at 75, I thought, is what I saw.
Yeah, Colonia Village, that's one of our older sites.
Okay. All right, and on page 402, which is page 26 of the market analysis, I saw something there which I was wondering if it was an error. It says that it shows median earnings by educational attainment, and it shows that the median earnings of someone with less than a high school education is greater than someone with a bachelor's degree. I just was not expecting that. I was wondering if that's an error, if someone can elaborate on that.
I will definitely find out, because in looking at the rest of the benchmarks, they're definitely higher with a bachelor's degree. Right. So we didn't catch it, but we will definitely go back to our consultant to see what happened there.
Okay. Wow. Okay, and my last question, when I looked on page 595, which is, I believe, so it's a City of Oxnard 2025 Annual Action Plan Funding Recommendation. And I note that in the report that there were more applicants than there was available funds. I'm just wondering if you can tell us anything about the applicants that were rejected. I see what your recommendation is. I don't have any objection to any of these particular recommendations or these particular applicants, but I am definitely curious about, well, why didn't we pick other applicants and who applied and what could they have done differently to actually receive the award?
Definitely. Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So all of these applications are reviewed for thoroughness. Of course, everybody has excellent programs that we would love to fund to the fullest extent possible. But when we are looking at the applications, we do look at measurable goals, outcomes, whether or not it's a complete application, if they received funding in the past, experience, if there's other sources of funding that could assist and bridge that funding gap, clarity on how our support is going to help expand their services, and the likelihood that the program could continue if we must reduce the funding or if we don't receive the funding, because this is assuming we're going to be funded, assuming that the government is not going to do budget cuts. But yes, so usually it's how strong that application is, how many do we receive, and how much funding is available.
Okay, and just to be clear to my fellow council members, what I'm talking about is the part that's the Community Development Block Grant Program, the piece of it that goes to public services, which is 15% of that money. And so I would appreciate if perhaps if in a future version of this report, we were to see what the analysis that went into, how'd you decide? I'm confident that you did a great job. I just would love to see how you arrived at the conclusion.
I believe I have a follow-up based on what you just shared right now, with the assumption that we would not have budget reductions. I know that when the committee met, it was a few weeks ago, and last week on Thursday, I believe we got an updated proposed budget from the president of the office. Is that a direct correlation to would that directly impact? For example, I just pulled up the document and I looked up Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, right? Specifically, self-sufficiency program, and I'm sorry I don't know all the different variations of HUD. Self-sufficiency program has a cut or negative $196 million, right? That's one example. I'm concerned because I work with TRIO and other Department of Education initiatives. Fair housing grants, a cut of $60 million through HUD. Is that directly going to affect this plan potentially?
Not those ones. The financial self-sufficiency is part of the Section 8 and public housing programs, but yes, it would definitely affect them. However, for this specific grant source, absolutely. If we do not get, if the funding is completely canceled or significantly decreased, then we go back to the drawing board, because to your point, then there won't be any funding that we can award.
And I'm happy to share the specific document I'm talking about right now because I know there's so much information. But if there's any concerns that you would like to flag for us, I think right now would be important for you to share any concerns in this specific, because this is a plan going to 2029, correct? So it's
correct. So the annual plan, the applications we're proposing to recommend funding for is for the year, for the fiscal year. However, to your point, because right now we received a lot of information as far as all funding going away, maybe not being going away, slashed. So we honestly, until we get a firm answer from HUD saying this is the direct impact to this specific program, that's when we will make those assessments. But as a 5-year overall con plan and AI plan, we still file it. Why? Because this is the data that's going to help us then make those future recommendations if funding does get approved. But right now we don't have a final answer.
no, of course, and I apologize for not asking these questions ahead of time like I typically do, but I think it's important that we get on the same page or get the most accurate information as of
Yes,
this
and we're on
one.
standby right now, so that's the other piece of it, that we must continue operating, but we are waiting to hear.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other clarification questions for Ms. Lopez? Good, Mr. Parlo.
Just two questions. On the various questions that have been asked, is there a template that we use to fill in these lines with information, or do we manufacture and customize our own production that you present to us?
You mean for the application, for the attachment?
For the various pages that Councilman Starr asked specifically, do we manufacture these pages?
Yes, so the list that Mr. Starr is recommending some modifications for future reports, yes, it's a template that we put together where we try to summarize all the applications, funding requested, recommended. So yes, we can update it however it would be more useful.
So the government above us does not tell us it has to have line.
No.
You've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parlo. Any other clarifying questions before we open it up for public comment for this portion of the public hearing? We have one, Madam Clerk, is that correct? We only have one speaker for this public hearing?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Mr. Stein?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
City Council staff. I somewhat addressed a concern I had several months ago, and it's been exacerbated by our current action of our current president. Congress passed funding, Congress approved funding, and we have a president who slashed the funding despite Congress' attempts to get things approved. This raises a great concern as to what extent the city is going to provide funding if Congress has approved the funding and the president's not authorizing it. I know this is a budgetary question, but this is an issue that's going to be coming up because we're having a new fiscal year. What contingencies are in place should Washington slash the funding even though it was approved by Congress? There's no assurance that we're going to get. I'm getting old here. I apologize.
That's okay.
There's no assurance that Washington will provide the funding, even though it's contracted with HUD. That's the nature of it. I'm just asking, what contingencies do we have in place? What contingencies do we have in place should Washington not provide the funding, even though Congress authorized the funding? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers for this public hearing item. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed, and this time we can take some discussion on it, more comments. Yes,
You could
go ahead,
address
Mr.
Mr. Stein's question.
Ms. Lopez, I don't know if you're able to, or City Manager, go ahead. That's about a contingency plan.
Yes, as I sit here today, we do not have one, but that can certainly be part of the public policy discussion when we bring forth the next budget.
Thank you.
It's an existential question.
Yeah. I know, Mr. Stein, you know, the weekly meetings that the city manager and I have, that's something that we have had a very deep conversation about, just for the very issues you raised. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And if I may, I think it's important to point out that this is not a unique situation in the city of Oxnard, where jurisdictions across the nation are asking this same question. If this funding were to be significantly reduced or altogether eliminated, then what? And I feel that, as the city manager mentioned, that is a policy discussion and an extended discussion that this council would have to have and decisions we'd have to make. But I want to point out that there are innumerable jurisdictions across this nation that they're not in the position we have, where we may be able to backfill at least some of this. And I appreciate Mr. Stein's questions about that, because it is a very real existential question that that all jurisdictions are going to have if it comes to that. So anyways, I appreciate the question about it and the city manager's response and staff's work on this. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Parlo.
Just the only request that I have of staff, when you provide the answers to the questions Mr. Starr asked, if you'd share them with all the council.
Yes,
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you. Yeah,
Mayor,
go ahead.
I move the recommended actions.
Wonderful. Can I get a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. Call for a vote.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Paralo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is M2. This is the time and place set for the public hearing. This is from the Community Development Department. Subject, appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the director's decision to approve the Point Apartments project at 2801 North Oxnard Boulevard. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, find the project to be consistent with final environmental impact report and subsequent addendums prepared for the River Park specific plan, and therefore exempt from further environmental review pursuant to sections 15162 through 15164 and 15183 of the CEQA guidelines. And two, adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the Community Development Director's approval of Planning and Zoning Permit number 23-200-01, the Development Design Review Permit, subject to certain findings and conditions. And Mr. Jeff Pingilly and his staff are here to answer any questions on that. Before we move on, City Clerk, was there any legal notice for this public hearing published?
Mayor, the legal notice for the public hearing was published in the newspaper on April 24th. The city clerk's office received 4 written communications on this item, and they've been previously provided to the city council. And
Thank
I
you.
have additional copies if members of the public would like to obtain copies.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, also at this time, do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosure regarding this matter?
I have none.
Anyone else?
None.
None. Mayor Pro Tem? None? Okay. Councilwoman Basua, anything? Okay. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so at this time. by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting at the city's website. Thank you. Daniel Hook, Associate Planner, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any questions, any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. Council, wanting to deliberate, can do so after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions of staff at this time? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, before I get to questions, something did occur to me. This might not rise to the level of ex parte communication directly with me and a person advocating for or in opposition to this, but there was social media discussion about this on a River Park Facebook page, and where people were not lobbying me directly. They certainly did respond to just information about the public hearing and provided their comments and opinions on both sides of this. So I just wanted to state that because it did come to mind for me, and maybe that's a question for our city attorney's office as far as ex parte communication and social media goes. Sounds like a fun discussion. So.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think Mayor Pro Tem, the question would be that if that discussion would impact, or you predetermined your decision tonight, or you're keeping an open mind to make that decision once you hear all the testimony.
I absolutely have an open mind. No commitments or anything were made to those members of the public. It was simply info was put out, and then they shared their comments, what they thought about the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Yeah, I would just like to be educated on the process here. So assuming the council were to adopt staff's recommendations today, what would happen next? I guess we're going through this appellate process to us. If we say staff is right, does that end everything, or does it go to court after that? What happens?
So what would happen is that this decision would be final at that point in time. So any party that was unhappy with the decision would then have to bring a court action in order to seek to overturn your presumed approval of the project.
Thank you.
Okay. And just as a question for Mr. Pearson, if just going into this public hearing, one question I do have, I understand we're going to go through the other steps of this, but perhaps we can get just a brief overview as laid out in the staff report, how this started and then was appealed to the Planning Commission, and now we're at the City Council. Just a quick overview of that, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. So Mayor Pro Tem Teran and council members. So this item was originally heard by the Community Development Director. The Community Development Director did approve the item. The appellant team appealed that item, or appealed the project, to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also upheld the Community Development Director's approval, and then they ultimately appealed that project further to the City Council. To a little bit kind of prior history on this, which was touched on in the staff report. This project was a result of a 2022 specific plan amendment where that ultimately came before the City Council, where the River Park specific plan was amended to remove approximately 560,000 square feet of commercial development in order to allow for the additional 1,025 units. One of those projects was the 4 Apartments project, which is currently under construction right now off the freeway. And then this one is the third project, or one of 3 projects that was identified in that specific plan and that environmental document that was prepared for that project. And this is the 285 unit project, or 280 unit project. And then there was a third project, which was, I believe, 412 units, which has not yet been submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Starr.
Process question here. Is the appellant here? Is the applicant here? Are they going to be making their own argument, or is this all just done on paper today? I mean, because if they're here, I definitely want to ask both sides questions.
Yeah. We're going to have the appellant present, and then the applicant's going to, there's going to be some time for rebuttal as well. Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Just Mayor, just a clarification. They do have the opportunity to come, but they don't have to come if they don't want.
But they're here today.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes, Councilman Starr, both the applicant and the appellant are here and do have presentations for the council.
So do we hear first from the appellant?
Yeah, I'm going to call the appellant first, and if the appellant is here, safer, and then we'll do a quick 15-minute presentation. And also, I don't know if they want to reserve some time for rebuttal as well. Mayor Pro Tem, were you going to say something? I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay.
Yes, I would like to save some time for rebuttal, but I will try to make this as quick as possible.
Sounds very good.
Mayor,
You have 15 minutes, yeah.
council members. We submitted also, for your information, a large report that went with our objections to this particular, I want to say EIR, but it's really not an EIR.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Joseph Gonzalez.
Thank you.
I'm an attorney out of Westlake Village. I represent various environmental groups. In this particular matter, I'm representing SAFER. We included in our packet reports from 4 different experts. One of the things that we object to is the fact that the EIR in question is over 20 years old. And that becomes problematic for a few reasons. And one of the reasons is that the timeliness of the information there, it's not represented properly in this particular EIR. So the proper thing would be to do here would, in our opinion, would be for there to be a supplemental environmental impact report. That would take 6 to 9 months, and there would be a lot less heartache over litigation. That's just my personal, of over 20 years of doing environmental law. That's the bottom line I've come up with, and that would save everybody some heartache and problems with this thing. However, we should understand that one of the things in the expert reports is that there's a 40% increase in housing under this particular EIR that's over 2 decades old. That includes more density. There's bio effects on different animal populations, air pollution, and noise pollution that are outside of the scope of the current EIR. So we believe that the scope of the initial EIR is not properly represented in time, over 20 years, and over 40% increase in density for people. So one of the things we look at first is wildlife. And we submitted a report from a wildlife ecologist, Dr. Sean Smallwood. And if you take a look at Dr. Smallwood's Exhibit A, you can see pictures from various wildlife. And this is something that Dr. Smallwood did. These are actual pictures that he took while looking at wildlife issues, okay? And these are pictures from our own local habitat, so to speak. And these pictures, which are they're in your folder, I'd bring them up separately. They include some interesting species, such as the red-tailed hawk, which is on photo 4. This is page 3 of Exhibit A to Dr. Smallwood's
It's
report.
page 840 of your packet, 840, yep.
Okay. Perfect. the western gull, double-crested cormorant, Allen's hummingbird, Cooper's hawk, white-crowed sparrow, western meadowlark, dark-eyed junco, goldfinches, cedar waxing, yellow-rumped warbler, Cassin's kingbird, black phoebe, Say's phoebe, also photographed, as well as other creatures that include our own eastern fox squirrel. All of these different species, these species are not represented in the initial EIR or the final EIR of over 20 years ago. Clearly, our expert has shown that these are issues that should be handled under CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. Secondly, Dr. Rosenfeld and Matt Hagman from SWAPE, Soil, Water, Air Protection Enterprise, concluded that the project will significantly affect air quality. SWAPE found the project would result in daily and annual emissions of reactive organic compounds and nitrogen oxides that exceed local air district significant threshold, meaning they are higher than de minimis threshold. Third, traffic engineer Thomas Brohard concluded that the project will have significant traffic impacts. He found that no traffic analysis of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, was performed in the EIR in question in 2002, as required by CEQA. Fourth, Jack Meighan, M-E-I-G-H-A-N, did a report from his acoustical consulting firm, Wilson IRIG, IHRIG, and concluded that the decibel levels associated with this project would range from 77 to 88 decibels, which would exceed the applicable 75 decibel noise threshold. Nighttime operational noise will exceed the applicable threshold by at least 2 decibels. Pile driving for the project will also produce significant vibrations impacts to nearby sensitive receptors at more than double the significant threshold. Lastly, we have a certified industrial hygienist and an indoor air quality expert, Francis Offerman, O-F-F-E-R-M-A-N-N, who concluded that the project will have significant adverse health effects related to indoor air quality. The project's long-term indoor formaldehyde emissions will expose its future residents to cancer risk of about 120 per million. This far exceeds the CEQA cancer risk thresholds of 10 per million, even assuming that all building materials comply with CARB, California Air Resources Board's formaldehyde airborne toxic control measures. For these reasons, in addition to those that I will set forth after we hear from people proposing this project, we respectfully request that you maybe do a supplemental environmental impact report so that we can have up-to-date information, and perhaps maybe there might be less litigation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. I'm going to call Shea Properties now, if they were to come up. And they will as well do a presentation, not to exceed 15 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm actually not with Shea. I'm the environmental planning consultant on the project. Wanted to respond to some of these comments. I'm Tony Locacciato, partner of Meridian Consultants. Our offices are at 860 Hampshire Road in Thousand Oaks. I live here in Oxnard, 5202 Outrigger Way. I've had the privilege of being the city's environmental planning consultant on this project since it started. I prepared the original EIR that was certified by the city in 2002, and I've worked with the city staff on almost all 15 of the addendums that were prepared for this EIR. First, I wanted to set the legal framework here. The California Environmental Quality Act doesn't require the city to keep reviewing the same things over and over again. The rules are, once an EIR has been certified, you do update the analysis, and over time, the River Park Specific Plan project is changed in response to a variety of market conditions and other things. Every time a change was made to the project, the city fully updated the analysis, fully updated the existing conditions, fully updated all the technical analysis. This was done in each one of those addendums. First, you do the analysis, then you draw the conclusion. If the change to the project results in a new significant impact or a substantial increase in the severity of an environmental impact that was identified in that EIR, then you prepare the supplemental EIR, the appellant's requesting. If the facts show you don't have new or substantially more severe significant impacts, you prepare an addendum to the EIR. But I want to make clear that the city has prepared full analysis each and every time there's been a change in this project. As Mr. Pearson said in 2022, Planning Commission and City Council considered and approved an amendment to the River Park Specific Plan. As Mr. Pearson said, 560,000 square feet of commercial development entitlement removed to allow these additional apartments. What that analysis showed, what the appellant didn't mention the Planning Commission, and we prepared rebuttals to their comment letter submitted in January that Planning Commission considered. Their latest letter actually repeated those comments and added one additional topic, but they didn't mention things like all the air quality modeling was updated. With the reduction in traffic from not building 562,000 square feet of commercial in lieu for the apartments, the air quality emissions for the River Park Specific Plan as a whole go down for reactive organic compounds, NOx. Traffic goes down, traffic noise goes down. So you don't look at this project alone, and the city has not, as the appellant said, is not relying on a 20-year-old EIR. The decision that was made in 2022 relied on completely updated analysis in addendum number 15. Updated existing conditions, updated analysis for the project as a whole, all the determinations were supported. So again, they're trying to set up a straw man and attack that, and that's not the process the city's conducted. On some of the factual things they've raised, they've had their experts provide opinions, but for example, on biological resources, all of us who live here and drive up Oxnard Boulevard, go to the collection now, this property was fully graded when the specific plan development started. It's regularly mowed and disked. It's surrounded by urban development. The first step in looking at impacts to biological resources is you determine and assess the quality of the habitat on the site to support wildlife. There's no habitat on this site to support wildlife. So some random photos of birds that flew over from the Santa Clara River or are in the vicinity aren't the basis for a conclusion. The point is the site doesn't contain vegetation that supports wildlife, and it hasn't since the original grading of the project. I mentioned there air quality and noise and traffic. It was analyzed, and those impacts are reduced with the development of the apartment projects on these 3 remaining parcels instead of 560,000 square feet of commercial development. The latest new item they raised in the letter they submitted a few days ago was about indoor air quality. The fact that formaldehyde off gases from the glue and new building materials, and that could affect indoor air quality. This is not an impact that is recognized by the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, South Coast Air Quality Management District, or California Air Resources Board for a reason. It's not a problem. And their conclusions are based on sets of assumptions that just aren't valid and are misleading. Was mentioned, the California Air Resources Board has approved building materials that don't contain glues that are off-gas this kind of formaldehyde. The health risk they say could happen assumes somebody is breathing a certain amount of these materials for 70 years, when their own study shows that if you use building materials, if you can find these 15-year-old building materials that off-gas formaldehyde, that off-gassing is done in 2 years. So under no circumstances would anybody living in any sort of home, apartment, built with any materials containing these glues would ever be exposed to these materials for a 70-year period. Their math is based on everybody breathing 20 liters of air a day when it's 6 or 7 liters a day. So by piling up assumptions that aren't valid, they assume their way into a problem. We provided information that rebut that. And again, I want to say that the city's conducted a thorough analysis project now since 2002, and the claims they've made are not supported by substantial evidence and record and don't support their claims. Having assisted the city with review of this, I can bore you for hours with the 20-plus years of work, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any members of the council have any questions for either the appellant or the applicant? Oh, you go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a question for the applicant. The lot in question, I believe it was mentioned in the staff report and alluded to this evening. I'm just wondering, do we have a ballpark on how often weed abatement happens at that location?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Yes, we do. We do it twice a year.
Okay.
Typically, that's how fast it grows.
Okay, and I'm imagining around this time when it's spring and we have the weed super bloom is probably one of those times. Is that?
It is. We're actually due.
Okay, and you actually answered my question. Coincidentally, it's not related to this item, but I was there at Town Center Drive and Oxnard Boulevard this morning following up on constituents' questions around light timing, signal timing at that intersection. And I did note the lot there, and it's interesting the claims that are made about wildlife and their presence, and that's why I ask how often the weeds are abated there, because disturbing that regularly in order to do weed control and then abatement would certainly probably drive off typical wildlife. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the other reason we do it, and may even start stepping up how often we do it, is there has been some homeless who would like to live on that particular site. So it's really important that we get it down low as often as we can.
Thank you. And I note that also that was mentioned by residents about that specific site and the specific portion where the chain link fence was being utilized for kind of makeshift shelter, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's my only question. I know that from the appellant we had a number of points made about wildlife, and I appreciated the pictures. It sounds like the applicant has refuted that a little bit. And if we get a chance to, I believe there are a number of staff responses regarding each of the appellant points. So I'll come back to that when that point is here. But that was my only question, was about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mayor, before we ask additional questions, I think we were offering the appellant an opportunity to rebut. So I'd like to hear his rebuttal first, and then I'd like to ask questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr.
I think I have about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, how much time does he have from the 15? I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, first you should see if anyone else wants to speak from the public before we hear rebuttal from the applicant.
Sounds good. We have one public speaker. Greg Runyon is here. Is he the only one, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council member, yes, that is correct. Only Greg Runyon for this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council. I initially just came down, I wasn't here earlier, my knees hurt, I gotta have some surgery, so, but I came down because I think housing's important. And I was listening to this kind of coming down, realizing that we were gonna have the age-old dilemma, developer and environmentalist, and here we go, right? So here we go, and now we got this thing going. I found something interesting, though, just in reading something. Mr. Offerman was talking about this report using facts from 2009. The person who is filed an appeal is saying that the the environmental impact report, is 20 years old. Well, my math says if you're quoting facts from 16 years, and we're making a lot of assumptions. And I really think, again, you guys have been elected to make these decisions. And I come from a place of, my dad was a real estate broker. So that's going to tell you where I fall in this a little bit. But I love to see hawks. I love to see the mockingbirds. I love to see all that. And I hate seeing homeless people. We're talking about species that are threatened. There's a big threat when there's not enough homes. Granted, all homeless people are not in that position because there's not a home, this, that, or the other thing. But we need to figure out how to do both, but do it in a way that's consistent and do it in a way that is honorable to the folks that you represent. And I appreciate people that fight for the environment. I appreciate people that fight for wildlife. It's what we need to do. But I don't appreciate, with all respect, that, we say, well, we need to look into this to avoid litigation. Everything's not about litigation. Everything should be about dialogue and compromise and figuring things out and how do we work at this for the good of our community. And we live in a community that needs housing. So I hope that you're able to look at the facts and make the right decision thinking about the species you are elected to represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runyon. Madam Clerk, just confirm no more public speakers.
Mayor, that is correct. We do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now allow the appellant to be given the opportunity to provide a rebuttal. And the amount of the rebuttal will be equal to 15 minutes minus the time that the appellant spoke in Mr. Gonzalez, your initial presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Sir, can we set the clock?
Yeah, Madam Clerk, how much?
Yeah,
It was for 6 minutes. Okay, there it is. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez.
It was 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Sure, I'll keep it under that amount of time. One of, I guess the statement that I find a little bit harsh, I guess, is the fact that Dr. Smallwood, who has a pretty big CV, and he's from California State University, Los Angeles. They went out and they looked at the project itself, and then they took a look at what wildlife is there that might be impacted by this project. This is not just some walk-through random thing that somebody who's not an expert in the field gave us. So there's the wildlife issue there. The health risk calculations by the industrial hygienist, those are things that we see day in and day out that are not, they're not bad science or crazy science or any of those types of things. The additional traffic, I'm not quite understanding how we're going to increase more traffic and somehow there's going to be less traffic. That doesn't make sense to me, frankly. The project is from 2002. There may have been limited times where there are different addendums, but if we needed an addendum to this, and there is no addendum presently set before you, but why are we having a hearing if this is a non-issue? This is an issue, it's a legal issue, but it's also an issue that, as I think the gentleman spoke up here, reasonable minds can try to formulate something that can accomplish all of our goals. And that's something to me, having looked at this for quite a while, been involved in environmental disputes from here to New York, although I do live in this area, would be a supplemental environmental impact report. And that would take care of all of this. But either way, so if that happens, then perhaps we can shed light on things. If it doesn't, then there'll be some legal review. And all of the legal review authorities already set forth in the documents that we sent to you, including the 4 different reports from different experts. So, and I thank you, and if there's any questions, if you have any questions for me or my clients, let me know, and I'll be here to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Go, Councilmember Starr.
I just have a real quick question. I'm looking at this letter from Sean Smallwood addressed to Jeff Pengilly. And that says, "Dear Mr. Martin." I don't know who Mr. Martin is. Is there a Mr. Martin on our staff, or was that just, or is this a boilerplate letter where they forgot to change the name? I see nods.
And Councilman Starr, no, there's not a Martin on our staff.
Thank you. I'll tell you where I'm coming from on this. I know environmentalists, all of them are sincere. I don't think this is a developer versus environmentalist fight. And the reason why I say that is because I looked up. I've never heard of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility. So I looked it up. It's a nonprofit entity. I look on the Secretary of State's webpage. And the entity is located on Parkview Drive in Covina, California. I'm thinking, why? Who are these people? Why are they interested? And it just happens to be, I did a little more research, it happens to be the exact same address and suite number as the Southern California District Council of Laborers. And the entities, both, according to the Secretary of State, to what I see online, both entities share common management with that construction union, basically. And I've seen a number of such actions like this throughout Southern California, and some have suggested that some of these challenges may be motivated by other than environmental protection. So I'm wondering if somebody could dispel that this isn't just simply a shakedown of the applicant so that somebody can get a union contract. So it's harsh, but if someone can dispel that, maybe.
That's a good.
That's where I'm coming from. I want you to, because I'm a big skeptic, just because I say, who's benefiting from this? What was their motivation? And I look at this, I'm thinking, this doesn't seem like a sincere environmental claim. That's my sense.
And you know what? That's actually a great point, because back in somewhere around 2000, I started working with environmental justice groups. And one of the things that we did was actually approaching the unions to familiarize ourselves and understanding from how we can benefit the unions in terms of human health risk assessment, those kinds of things. And there was a lot of backlash. Trust me, the unions, and I'll just, for you guys' information, I'm hearing today the first time about union, anything about that. Just so you know.
I'm sorry, have you represented this organization before, or is this the first time?
Safer? Yes.
You have?
I've represented Safer before, and I know SWAPE, the environmental group, and I do not represent any of the unions.
So, well, let me ask you a tough question. I apologize.
Well,
I apologize.
Okay, go
for
ahead.
this.
No, go ahead. Ask it.
If you've represented Safer, Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility in the past,
yes,
and it has the same management as the construction union there, have you ever dropped a case because the construction union suddenly came into an agreement with the applicant who wanted to develop this property?
No.
You haven't?
I have not. And neither.
And have you ever seen anything like that before?
I have not seen it, and I can tell you that nonprofit people who do environmental type actions like this that are considered in the public interest, regardless of who pays for them or where the funding comes from, they will not back off on implementing regulations. And the reason is fairly simple. Unless the regulations are treated equally by everyone, then you're not going to understand who's gaining or benefiting or not gaining or benefiting. You have to have economic, equality. That being said, I don't represent unions or anyone like that, but I can tell you that in my history, I've gathered environmental justice people, and that includes anyone from UFW to any other kind of group. And we work together on environmental cases because guess what? There's one thing that we can all get behind, and that is having the same standards and regulations as everyone else on how we treat the environment and how how our bodies are treated, how our lives are treated. So that's exactly what we addressed, and frankly, a lot of the unions were against us, and it took a long time for environmentalists and union people to come to an understanding that, hey, maybe these rules and regulations can help everyone, not just one independent party.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any other questions?
I'd like to ask a similar question of the project advocate, Tony, is it Locasiato? Thank you. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. You've been in this business a long time.
40 years.
Only 40 years. Yes.
I have, this is the first time I've ever done something like this because I'm new to the council. Is it a true statement that sometimes the folks that are challenging EIRs are just using it to get something from the developer, and that's really where they're coming from only? Yes?
Yes, we answer half a dozen of these letters a month for cities and counties all over Southern California. And yes, some of these are regularly dropped when project labor agreements are put into place.
So it sounds like an abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. The only observation I have, Mr. Gonzalez, is I know you spent a considerable amount of time talking about wildlife on the site, but from the report, one of the things I highlighted was the biologist that came out spent just shy of 4 hours and noted that wildlife was seen nearby or off-site. And the applicant mentioned that that area has been graded, and so there is nothing there to support wildlife as a habitat. Just wonder if you could clarify that.
Well, I think that there could have been grading done, but that does not mean that wildlife nearby or around the site has been impacted. And I think that the statements by Dr. Smallwood. So, where he looks at the building and the acreage and what the proposed building is gonna be, not just what's there right now. It's the prior, the current, and the future. So that would be my answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
And I have to tell you, and there is a difference though, between somebody sending out a notice of whatever CEQA violation and somebody pursuing that through litigation or through gathering experts and those types of things. There's a big difference. And I do not do either one of them, other than the litigation part.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We will now close the public hearing, and the public hearing is now closed. Do any members of council wish to comment or have a discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
I'll second the motion. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo, Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you both very much. The next item on the agenda is item N1. This is from the Finance Department. Subject is the 2024 Single Audit Report. The recommendation is that the City Council receive the 2024 Single Audit Report from the audit firm Edie and Payne and summary presentation from the city's external financial auditors, Edie and Payne LLP. The Finance and Governance Committee approved this 3-0 back on April 22nd, 2025. And Mr. Javier Chagoyen Lazaro is here to introduce the auditors for the live presentation. Thank you, Javier.
Good evening again, and we have the external auditors. Brandon Farrell has joined the City Council and have a presentation ready for the City Council.
Is the presentation, we're expecting it'll be about 40 minutes is what's written on here. Is that the correct estimation? If so, just looking at the time.
Yeah, it's going to be similar to the presentation that was introduced at the Finance and Governance Committee.
I think it's appropriate to make a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock at this time, or should we wait till we get closer to?
I'm fine making the motion for that, as this is the first of the report items, and it's certainly an important one, so I'm fine with that. I'll make the motion to go past 10 if we get to that point.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I have a question. Are there any items that, I just want to ask the question. Are there any items that we must address this evening versus putting off? I'm not saying I'm encouraging us putting it up. I just want to know what's critical and what's not critical.
Mr. Our city manager can maybe answer that.
I'm going to let the department heads speak up, but to me, everything's critical given that our agendas for the next few months are heading into budget, so we don't want to stack up.
Okay, thank you.
So that greatly appreciated. It is a big city, it's a lot of business, and some of these items we need to vet before the full council.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen. Madam Clerk, can we get the vote?
Excuse me. Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
And that motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, with the presentation.
Okay. All right. Again, my name is Brandon Farrell. I'm the partner in charge of the single audit for media paying as it relates to the city of Oxnard's single audit report for June 30th, 2024. In prior weeks, I presented to the Finance Committee, and it is going to follow up with you today. Again, we're going to go over the schedule of expenditures and federal awards, the major programs that were tested, the internal control findings related to the financial statement audit, and also the internal control and non-compliance findings as it relates to this to a single audit. Overall, we have issued a clean opinion as it relates to the compliance of the major programs for the city of Oxnard. So again, hats off to the city management and their staff to running a clean program, and again, being materially in compliance with the related compliance requirements. Next slide, please. So to discuss here, what we're going to discuss about on the single audit report, we have the internal control report required by government auditing standards. Again, that is the one that's related to the financial statement, financial statement reporting. Again, we held that back on the presentation of the ACFR because we were still waiting to work with the IT department to clear some of those findings. We're going to talk about the report on the compliance for each major program, the report on internal control over compliance, and then overall, again, the report on the schedule of the federal awards. Next section, or next slide, please. Overall, the city had total expenditures of $26.3 million as it relates to the federal expenditures that were under our audit. Again, there were, as we do a component audit with the Housing Authority of Oxnard, it did not include roughly $38.5 million of federal expenditures as it relates to the Housing Authority. Under our audit for the $26.3 million in total expenditures, we determined that there were 3 major programs at a total of 19 programs. Next slide, please. Here is a listing and their expenditures for the 3 major programs that we audited. The first one being the Local Government Fiscal Recovery Fund, also known as ARPA, your COVID funds. That had total expenditures of just under $10.6 million with the subrecipients of, just under $670,000. The second major program that we audited was the Community Development Block Grants, also known as the CDBG. That had about $5.2 million of expenditures, with subrecipients receiving about $4.6 million. Third major program that was audited was the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, also known as SAFER. This program expended about $1.2 million. So the total programs under audit, as determined by the major program determination, was about $17 million of that 26. And again, that was a total of $5.2 million that went to the subrecipients. Again, most of it being related to the CBDG. Any questions on this slide in general? Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so as it relates to, again, we're going to talk about the internal control findings related to the financial reporting. And again, this is specifically related to the internal controls over the ACFR. We had no current year findings as it relates to 2024. However, we had outstanding findings from prior years as it relates to the IT function. And I believe there were 12 original findings. This year, the only one that is still in progress is 1. And again, a lot of this just has to do with the manpower. There's a lot of cybersecurity issues that were had to be carefully addressed over time. So again, hats off to the team there for being able to at least get most of those cleared and getting just 1 outstanding. Next slide, we're going to talk about the current year findings as it relates to the federal awards. So there's internal control findings and there's non-compliance. Again, internal control findings are findings that say the lack of internal controls over the compliance requirements. And the non-compliance findings are just, again, instances of non-compliance where the internal controls were there, something was just missed, right? So under the community development block grants, we had 2 findings, one related to program income, and then the other one related to a late filing of a report. And for the SAFER grant expenditures, we had a late filing of a report and a lack of timesheet approval. again, so to discuss the program income issue is, this was considered a significant deficiency and a non-compliance issue. When we receive money from these block grants and we're able to hold those in investment accounts and earn money off them, that's what we call program income. The compliance requirement requires the city to expend that program income before requesting further funds from the grant block. Management was unable or did not properly reconcile or account for the program income and did not expend that prior to requesting more money. So again, we had a significant deficiency as it relates to that and a non-compliance as well. The next one, sorry. The next one would be a late filing of a report. Sorry, let me pull something up here. I missed this one, but on this specific one, it was a significant deficiency and a non-compliance. Again, in the determination of that was that the internal controls over the grants, they did not know that, management did not know that there was a requirement to file certain reports, and again, we're late on those reports. So again, a significant deficiency and also a non-compliance. Any questions on those two findings before we move on to the SAVER grant? Okay. The late filing report on the SAVER grant, again, this was just a non-compliance issue. Again, they were just late, a few reports a day or so late. Again, the internal controls are there. It was just a mishap. Again, just a non-compliance issue there. Lack of a timesheet approval. And this relates to, this is also what we considered a non-compliance. There is a function within the fire department where, based on kind of their policies and rules, there is an automatic approval if payroll is not approved by a certain staff by about, I think it's like 8:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning. And again, we get that payroll has to get out, people have to get paid, and within fire services, sometimes they're out on calls and they're not able to facilitate that. So we had a couple of instances where that automatic approval went through. However, a chief or battalion chief or whoever the person was required to go back and approve it after the automatic approval did not do so. So although they had significant controls in place prior to the automatic approval, meaning putting people on the roster and that being properly approved and gone through those controls, there could be instances where time could be coded to wrong programs, and ultimately that could be and could mistake the use of this program specifically. So again, we felt that given their controls over, we didn't feel it added up to a significant deficiency in internal control. We just kind of considered it a non-compliance issue and recommended they just ensure that someone's always going back, reviewing the automatic approval to make sure everything is properly allocated between the programs. Any questions on those two findings? And the next slide, again, thank you for the city, for the council, for management for having us. It's been a great pleasure working for you guys. And I'll take any general questions as it relates to the single audit that I could possibly answer.
Thank you very much. Any council members have any questions? Or if you have any clarification questions? No? Okay, wonderful. Yes. That's right. We have one speaker on this item, Madam Clerk.
That is correct, and that's Larry Stein joining us virtually. So, Mr. Stein,
Yes,
if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Yes, I'm somewhat concerned the fact that, what month is this? Oh, that's right, this is May. When's the end of the year? Oh, that's right, it was June. 11 months to do an annual report. Men who work for organizations to have an annual report doesn't take 11 months to do an annual report. Perhaps this CPA firm eating paying some of the city too long. I'm somewhat concerned, and I'd like to get an explanation. Why did it take 11 months to do a report that most companies would have an annual report done within 2 months? let alone 5 months. Usually these reports were done by December. We're now in May, almost June. Well, it's May. We'd like to get an explanation as to why it's taken so long to do the report. 11 months. That seems unreasonable. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein, for calling in.
Mayor, that actually concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Go, Councilmember Starr.
Mr. Mayor, I'd request that the public gets an answer for the question from the member of the public that spoke.
Right? Yeah, okay. City Manager, is anybody able to answer that question, Mr. Stein, at this time? No? Okay. Councilmember Starr, did you have anything to say? After? Okay.
This year, the audit process was interrupted at the end of November for the regular fiscal year for the financial statements. Usually, also the single audit, that's the report that we're evaluating today, is subsequent to the single audit because it requires verification of certain grants deposits through the Federal Clearinghouse to verify that funds that are coming received from the city, from the state, have been identified how much of those funds are coming from the federal government to qualify for the threshold to be eligible for the single audit. So there's always a delay. So with the single audit with respect to the financial statement. And Brandon, I don't know if you want to add anything in terms of the timing from your end.
I mean, like I said, the audit was interrupted in November when it was materially done as far as the ACFR, which delayed things, of course. And again, we are meeting here in May on this, but this report was done and submitted to the Federal Clearinghouse by the due date of March 31st, 2025.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parlo?
Since no action is actually required on this, if there's no objection, I'd like to move on to the next item of business.
Mayor, Councilwoman, Councilwoman Basua has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go, Councilwoman Basua.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure that the audience and everybody else understood that these single audits, which have to do a lot with the CFA, are not due to the clearinghouse until March 31st. So staff is actually right on as far as bringing this to us. These audits are a lot different than our regular audits. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that I appreciate what the findings found, and I'm sure there'll be a corrective action for those. But to answer Mr. Stein's question, it's just a very different audit than what he's used to.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basua, for the further clarification. I know some of us that sat in that committee heard extensively on this item. This is the receive and file item only, so if there's no further comment, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, and that's item N2 from the Finance Department. A subject update on the Financial Corrective Action Plan for closing past audit findings. Recommendation: the City Council receive an update on the Financial Corrective Action Plan for closing past audit findings. This stemmed from the Finance and Governance Committee that approved it 3-0 back on April 22nd, 2025, and Mr. Javier Chagoyan Lázaro is here to provide an overview or any clarification questions we may have. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this particular item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Jennifer Iraoka, is our Senior Internal Control Manager, to address any questions from the City Council.
That's wonderful. Do you guys have any questions? Do you want an overview on this item? No questions? So Mayor Protem, go ahead. Do you want an overview? Okay. Are you able just to provide a quick overview on this particular matter?
Certainly. So the single audit did produce, yes. Is that better? I don't know if I can get shorter. Okay. Okay. Yes. This year's single audit did produce 4 additional findings. We hadn't had any findings over the past 2 years. These findings were not material weaknesses. They are items of non-compliance because they are related to the federal requirements for the grants. There are corrective action plans in place, and the departments have committed to getting their corrective action plans completed. And those corrective action plans will be completed in time for the auditors, our new auditors that we'll be having in place, to look at their corrective actions as part of their single audit next January. So, any other questions about the plan?
This is a receive and file item as well.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, you're welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. If there's no speakers, no further comments, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item N3 from Public Works. Subject 3 general service agreements with Green Coast Landscapers for landscape maintenance services for citywide street and median landscapes. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the following agreements with Green Coast Landscapes, Inc. for an initial term of 3 years, each commencing July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028, with an option for 2 consecutive one-year extensions ending June 30th, 2030 for landscape maintenance services and citywide street and median landscapes. 1 agreement for a total amount not to exceed $3,819,000. 2 agreement for a total amount not to exceed $4,294,000. And 3 agreement for a total amount not to exceed $3,527,000. Public Works and Transportation Committee approved this 3-0 back on April 8th, 2025. Mr. Wolf, Public Works Director, is here to answer any questions we may have. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this particular item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stahl, go ahead.
I think Bert had his hand
Oh, I'm
up
sorry.
first. No. Okay, good, great. So my question is, and I believe the answer is yes. Do these agreements also cover landscape maintenance districts and special districts and that sort of thing, or is that a separate contract altogether?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. These do not include the special districts. These are for our public rights-of-ways that are not part of the special districts.
Okay, so including landscape maintenance districts, so it doesn't include landscape maintenance districts either, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stahl. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Wolf? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Appreciate the info on this. It's similar to the one coming up afterwards, but on this one, for the median landscapes, I know at Public Works Committee, we had a couple of questions just for the benefit of the public. I'll revisit those just a quick moment. But to build off of Councilmember Starr's question, is the intention of doing these regions but excluding the special districts, is that to prevent us from commingling those funds of general fund and what is responsibility of a special district?
Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'll have Steve Howlett come up, and I think he was the one that actually divided some of these works up. But that's one of the reasons. It's very difficult. Well, it can be very cumbersome to look at an invoice and code it to. I think we have 50 special districts. Going line item by line item and coding it to 50 special districts. So it can be very cumbersome from that standpoint. But when Steve got here, they looked at the opportunity to try to break up the city's general fund areas into sort of equal scopes of work, and that's how they came about with these specific setup here with the 3 different areas. So it's a little bit of that. It's also making sure, typically we do this to try not to have one contractor get all of the contracts, but as you see here, that's something that sometimes is not avoidable or unavoidable. And we will say that this is something that's caught our attention in terms of the fact that there is one contractor that has this contracts, and you'll see the next agenda item will be very similar. So this has our attention as well. But that's another reason why sometimes we have different bid item or different bid packages is because of that. And we want to make sure that we don't put all of our eggs in one basket as well. So a couple of reasons why we do that.
Thank you. And just to follow up on the questions I said I would ask, and maybe Mr. Howlett can help with this as well. Just looking at the scope of work and what was put out to bid, can we talk a little bit about some of the changes we're having in this round of contracts and scope of work we're looking at for landscape maintenance services for these medians? And I see Mr. Lopez has joined us as well.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council Members. Steve Howlett, Assistant Public Works Director. Yes, the scope of work changed a little. Glad to see Brandon got here. I told him to go ahead and go grab dinner because I thought the last item was going to go longer. So anyway, so the scope of work changed in that when they put it out to bid, we made sure that all of the items that were in the previous agreements were in there, but then again, we also included all of the queen palm trees that are within the street landscapes in this. So it's not going to be part of the grid pruning, it's going to be part of the street landscape maintenance, and that's because the queen palms don't get as tall as the other types of palms, and so it's manageable for continuous landscape maintenance. Additionally, when the bids came in, they were reviewing and they found that as the bids came in, our current contract, we're doing the landscape maintenance twice monthly. And the bids came in low enough to where we could step up the level of service to weekly services instead of twice a month. And so we're able to get a more frequent service at a lower price than what we're currently paying. And then trailing on what the mayor mentioned earlier, he had spoken to us about his desire to increase the landscape maintenance at our gateways into the city. So our full-time park staff took it upon themselves to do that weekly. And then once these contracts get in place or after council approval, then the contractor will take care of the weekly maintenance. So those were the major changes for this. Oh, and there's also on-call components as well. So one thing that's mentioned in the staff report is the on-call. So there's the base level of service, but if we need them to do other services such as irrigation repair, cleanup after wind events, we do have on-call costs for those services as well.
Great, thank you. You answered almost all the questions I was going to ask as follow-up, so thank you for that. And just if I believe it was mentioned in the staff report, if I could sift through here, but maybe one of you might know ballpark off the top of your head. Compared to the previous iteration of this contract and scope of work, now we've moved from every other week or twice monthly to weekly, and we had bids that came in lower. With the agreement in front of us with Green Coast Landscaping or Landscapes, what is the cost savings we're looking at by going with this particular bid versus what we were paying previously on the sunsetted agreement?
I do have that right here, so we can say that the previous agreement was $216,000 a month, and the new agreement with Green Coast will be round up to $122,000 a month for base levels of services. That doesn't include the on-call.
Okay, and so there's certainly significant savings on the base level of service, which gives us space certainly to do on-call, and I appreciate you thinking out of the box on that one, because there have certainly been, I mentioned at the Public Works Committee, Councilmember Perrello and I on District 1 and 2 share the Gonzalez corridor where we have those palm trees that tend to drop their fronds at wind events, and those would go without getting picked up until staff got to it or until a contractor got to it the next time. And so now we have this on-call flexibility here. And the last thing is just if you could explain the zones. I'm going to have the same question for the next item too, just where we're looking at equity and service for these different areas in the city.
Correct. Mayor and council members, when I first came on board, one of the things that I was hearing, and we continue to hear, is the levels of service in the south versus the north. And so when we put this program together, we wanted to make sure that we can break up the city in a way that there's equal levels of service and we can ensure there's equal levels of service. So working with the IT team, we went on GIS. We looked at various ways to divide up the citywide landscapes. We would have gone with 5 different regions if that would have worked out in numbers. But for the street landscapes, breaking it up into 3 regions, whereas the south region is the largest area, all of the 3 regions have the comparable same amount of plant material and maintenance associated with those 3 regions. And so we put together those scopes of work based on equal areas, that there would be 3 different contracts, and so there would be 3 different crews working in the city at any given time, not one crew covering the whole city, and then we get complaints about why are they always working in the north and not in the south. Now we can say if they're working in the south, they're working in the north, and also in the center.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
I think staff's done a great job on this. I move the recommended action.
Yeah, I just want to one last comment. I am so appreciative, sincerely appreciative of the work that your staff is doing. Thank you. It looks fantastic. It really does. And then this agreement here, it's a win-win, paying less and getting more service. So, and prioritizing the aesthetics of our city, that you heard me say, it's a priority for me. And I hear members of our community that it is for them as well, for all the various reasons I stated. So a sincere thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, he doesn't come up and speak, but Brandon Lopez is our new Parks Manager. He had a lot of effort into this contract renewal, so I want to thank him very much.
Yeah, fantastic job, Brandon. Thank you.
And thank you for not fussing about east versus west.
So I second that motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
It was actually Councilmember Perella's fault. I was blocking you.
Oh, thanks. I just also wanted to just express gratitude because that sentiment is common. So I appreciate the effort to look at the entire city, whether it's north and south, central, south to central to north. So really thank you for that work because I think that'll definitely address some of the concerns that are commonly heard within the community on the south end.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of that, Brendan, one of the things that I've done myself is had some good conversations with the school districts, with the high school district and the elementary school district to make sure they're good partners in matching the work that we're doing so that they're equally taking care of their landscape so that together, collaboratively, we present a better city. So just want to add that. Yes, go ahead.
And we have the first and the second, but just a quick discussion item on this. Going back to the regions, we have region 1, 2, 3. These are separate agreements for each region. And that means that there's also accountability for each of those regions as well. Even though it's the agreement with the same contractor in this particular case, each of those agreements does bring with it quality control, quality assurance, and then accountability for completing the work to the quality that we're expecting. And so just wanted to make that statement so the public knows that if you live in a particular region and you have a question about the frequency or the quality of the landscaping for the medians, that isn't something that we can speak to with that specific region. So I just wanted to bring that up. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Burlock, go ahead.
Yes, I appreciate the report and thank you and welcome to the parks and all that. Thanks for your work you're doing, all 3 of you. 3 things. Public Works Director addressed at the very beginning about the bids, and it kind of comes out funny that one guy got all 3 bids. We have not changed the policy on the bid process. Lowest qualified bidder gets the job, correct?
These were low bid process, correct.
Thank you, okay. The second thing is, I do notice that certain areas of our city, the mayor instrumental in getting them much more cleaned. I do worry sometimes when I see the individuals standing in the street sweeping the gutters. I'm thinking of one particular street in the south end, Cortland. There's a lot of cars that park on that street. In the landscaping, are we gonna have the individuals that doing the green work also have to sweep the streets because cars are not being moved to do that? My concern is we're gonna get somebody hurt.
So
I don't know if you're aware of that, but it doesn't take much to see that throughout the city.
Part of their scope of work is to clean up after themselves. So if there's debris from their work in the right of way, they are required to clean it up.
Okay, the specific street on Cortland, there's tremendous, correct me if I'm wrong, tremendous debris, and it's not from the landscapers. It's because the streets don't get swept, because the cars don't move off the street and allow the street sweeping contract to take care of that. Will people still be calling us and saying, hey, you're not treating one end of the city the same as another? What do we have as a fix for that? Or is that gonna be totally separate?
Yeah,
And
that's
the reason I ask is because, again, today, coming into work, there was a guy doing his job, doing a nice job. He doesn't have a flashing truck with lights protecting him. He is standing in the street with the bucket, trying to sweep up the stuff in the bucket and looking. Things happen real fast, especially in a city this, with the various people that we find no license, everything else that goes on with the people that are behind the wheel. And I support this, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. So what you're talking about is not part of this contract. What you're talking about is potentially enforcement of folks parking during street sweeping operations. That's a completely different conversation.
Okay, and the green waste, I think it might be a little bit close, and I have the utmost respect for you, Mr. Wolf. McDonald's on Oxnard Boulevard, the gentleman is standing in the street. There's oleanders and there's all kinds of stuff. They may be trimming it, but he's having to pick up the paper wrappers and everything else. It wasn't part of his green waste, and he's standing on Oxnard Boulevard, slow lane, but you've been on Oxnard Boulevard. The meeting started at 4:30, say 4:15, people are hauling butt. And that's what I'm talking about. That's my comments.
Good.
Thank you. I support this.
Thank you, Mr. Pearl.
Mayor, we have Councilwoman Basua who has her hand raised.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity and maybe give a little bit of history here. Prior to the new council being appointed, back in 2018-19, when I first got elected, we had a lot of budget cuts due to budget constraints. And one of the things that we as a council had to make a decision was on layoffs, and that included laying off some of our parks landscapers. And then fast forward, city management brought up a new tax measure. And I know not all of us agree with taxes, but the city of Oxnard, the residents, approved this tax measure in order to restore services that were cut. And since then, the city has gone and done a proactive approach on getting contracts throughout the city in order to continue to beautify it. And what we're seeing tonight is continuing that effort that was done back in 2021, 2022. And I just want to commend, because it's been a long time. It's for those of us that have sat here for a bit, we lived through those rough times. And I want to commend even the residents of Oxnard for they also lived through that, and they have entrusted us with new tax measures, and because of that, we're able to get a lot of our streets cleaned up. So I want to commend staff and make sure that we realize that we could be heading into worse times depending on how we see the budget happening. We've seen it. We're seeing it in other cities that are taking some budget cuts. And I just hope that, in the city of Oxnard, that we can continue to do what we've been doing for the past few years and continue to enhance our landscape like we've been seeing it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilwoman. I think what you talked about is just people expressing faith in our government and our executive team here.
Mayor, I know we have a motion and a second, so I'll keep my comment brief, but I just wanted to thank Director Wolf, because I know when I went to the League of Cities, a constituent called me about a safety concern on Ventura Road from somebody trying to clean up, brush and stuff, but they weren't properly being protected in terms of like cones and safety precautions that are necessary. So I called and the issue was resolved. So I think safety has to be a priority. Just as we're concerned about background checks with soccer leagues, I think, health and wellness of our community is a priority. So I know that Director Wolf called the contractor and said, well, I don't know what you said. I was about to put things in my own words, but I just want to say that I really appreciate that, and I think the concern shared, especially when vehicles are not being moved, is a real valid concern, but we need to take any precaution that we can to make sure that safety is a priority.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. So we have a first and a second, if I can just call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilman Starr,
Yes.
and Mayor MacArthur.
Yes,
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you.
And for the record, Mr. Wolf actually was a sailor in the Navy.
We'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is item N4 from Public Works, similar to item N3 we just discussed, for service agreements with Green Coast Landscapes for landscape maintenance services for citywide general fund parks. The recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the following agreements with Green Coast Landscapes for an initial term of 3 years, each from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2028, with an option for 2 consecutive one-year period extensions ending June 30th, 2030 for landscape maintenance services in city general fund parks. Number 1 is agreement for a total amount not to exceed $913,000. Number 2, agreement for a total amount not to exceed $822,000. 3, agreement for a total amount not to exceed $1,827,000. And 4, agreement for a total amount not to exceed $1,008,000. And this item came through the Public Works and Transportation Committee back on April 8th, and it was approved 3-0. And Mr. Wolf is here to elucidate further on this particular item. Madam Clerk, any speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any virtual speakers or in person for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Like the last time, I think staff did a really good job on this, so I want to move the recommended action.
I will second.
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember Starr, for actually helping us move this along, so thank you for that. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think we covered a lot of the foundation of this in the previous item, but just similarly, we have 4 agreements in 4 different regions throughout the city. This is specific to parks maintenance. And if staff would like an opportunity to share any of the changes of scope or what we'll see or what we'll see more of through these agreements, I'd appreciate that.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Brandon Lopez, Parks Manager. Some of the big changes that we made to the scope of services for the parks agreements are the last couple of years we had 5 agreements. We had 4 region agreements for the regular maintenance, and we had 1 additional agreement for additional services, which took care of our trash, our debris pickup, things like that. So we consolidated those agreements into 4 agreements where the trash services, the trash pickup, the loose trash, debris, those are all included into each region's regular services. So those services will be weekly services, and they'll be the same for each region spread throughout the city. This new agreement will also have some hardscape management where they're blowing sports courts, sidewalks, some of the surrounding areas around our parks. So those are the large changes to the scope of services.
Thank you. And these are general fund parks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing, I didn't get to ask it on the previous item. My apologies for that, but it applies to both items. When we have the contractor Green Coast Landscapes in front of us, I think it would it'd be right for certain members of the public to think, well, wait a minute, they came in like super low. How do we know that the quality is going to be at what it was in the previous agreements? We have another agreement with this particular contractor for providing similar services in another area within Public Works. Is that correct?
That's correct. Wastewater and the Oxnard Transportation Center.
Okay, and they've been satisfied with the quality and the work that's been happening by this contractor, correct?
Yeah, so they satisfied the contract over the last year.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear that this isn't just a come out of the left field, fly-by-night operation. They've been working for the city on another contract, and it sounds like Public Works can vouch for the work they've done. I think, Mr. Wolf, you have additional?
And we have standards and requirements in the contract, and we also have, Brandon's team will be out there inspecting, and we have inspection sheets, and we actually have the ability to deduct payments from them if they're not meeting the standards. We have corrective action items and corrective processes in our contracts that allow us to make those course changes if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So.
Great, thank you very much. My last question, it's more of a request. When we get a chance, if it's possible to post a map of the city and what each of these regions, kind of the boundaries for that, for this agreement, that would be something I think would be great. So if someone has a question, they can look up, see which region they live in so that they can reference that if need be.
Those maps are currently on our parks website. If you go down to the parks website, there's a link and it shows you which region you're in for the street landscapes as well as the parks landscapes.
Okay, great. One last request on that then, if we wouldn't mind, if possible, submitting those maps to the clerk so they could be included in the minutes or as part of this meeting, if that's doable.
We can do that. The actual locations are part of the scope of work in each agreement. So they're included in the agenda package, but we can give the regional maps, but the scopes of work are included in each of the agreements.
Okay, yeah. These are the maps specifically. I'm a visual person, so I need that.
The maps are part of the scopes. Yeah, the scopes of work maps are part of the agreement, but we can give them to the clerk as well.
Okay, my apologies. I was just looking at the agenda report and the presentation and the attachments. All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further comments, we have a first and a second, Madam Clerk. Just call for the vote.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to the next item on the agenda. This is item N5 from Public Works. The subject is fiscal year 2025-26 Utility Ratepayers Assistance Program. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, adopt a resolution for the Utility Ratepayers Assistance Program, Project Assist for fiscal year 25-26 to assist eligible Oxnard residents and authorize staff to grant financial relief equal to a monthly $25 maximum credit per utility bill charged to residential customers who meet the eligibility requirements discussed in this staff report, up to the amount funded for fiscal year 25-26. And two, authorize staff to fund Project Assist in fiscal year 25-26 by utilizing $270,000 that has been paid to the city for current and prior year late penalties from city utility customers. This item went to Public Works and Transportation Committee back on April 8th, and it was approved 3-0. And Director of Public Works, Michael Wolf, is here to answer any questions that we may have. Any public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Any questions clarifying beyond what we read in the staff report?
I just had a
Councilwoman?
quick
Yeah.
technical question. How would any folks, I see the different rates of income eligibility, but how would folks know that they might be able to qualify for the assistance? How do we outreach, or how would, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Mayor Pro Tem Brian Yan is Assistant Public Works Director. The program, we do the outreach annually to the current customers is one. So the current existing participants are mailed the information because they have to renew annually. Two, it's on our website. Three, the qualification really is what you asked, is we ditto the Southern California Edison's and SoCal Gas Care Program. So if they're already are a participant in those two programs, either one of those programs, they don't have to be a participant in both of them. In either one of those care programs, they qualify or are eligible for the Project Assist program with the city of Oxnard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Starch, you have something?
Yeah, my question is, if someone receives $25 in assistance on their bill, from an accounting perspective, how does that get split up amongst the utility funds? Does each fund get a third of it, or how's that work?
Does each fund get a third of the?
How do you allocate the assistance? To which funds do you allocate it?
So the $25 is one for all three utilities. You get a credit on the bottom line. The program that funds it is coming from our environmental resources funds.
So
but
just,
each program from the late fees, which are combined all the late fees, we utilize that $25.
so
If I'm saying that correctly.
So are you saying that all the late fees go to solid waste, and then all the, I guess, assistance payments also go to solid waste as far as the accounting goes? No. What's the answer?
Yeah, I think, let me just clarify his
Yeah,
question. So I think the question is, so because we have a common bill for three utilities, water, wastewater, and solid waste, and the credit is applied to the bill as a total. Your question is whether or not a third is being applied to the three utilities. I think that's really your question, right?
That's my question.
And the answer to that is it's actually at the bottom line. So it's not that it's divided amongst the utilities individually. It's applied to the account holder as a whole. Now, on the back end, when we see that, that is done on the backside of that. And so and I can't remember if I think it's either semi-annual, annual, we can get back to you on this.
Okay.
There is on the back end a reconciliation because it actually hits one of our accounts only because it's easy to come in at one account. And then
allocate it.
Then we readjust that at the back end. Again, I can't remember if it's annually or semi-annually. And then it's done by either a weighted or a third, I can't remember, but we can provide that information.
All right. And so do we know what number of ratepayers are paying penalties? It looks like we're doing about roughly 1.3 million a year of penalty income, I guess. Roughly what portion of our ratepayers pay penalties?
Councilman Starr, I'd have to probably get that information back to the council on how many late paying customers we have.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious whether if the people that we're trying to help happen to be the exact same people who are also paying the penalties too, which kind of, it's kind of self-defeating.
It could very well be that.
I mean, I'd love to understand that. If it turns out that it's all if those are the only ones that are getting it, maybe we can just accomplish the same thing by reducing the penalty.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I may, to Councilmember Starr's point, we may not know the exact number, but we have a ballpark amount that we utilize from the penalties each year to fund this program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And from that, we might be able to come to some
asking.
calculation.
No, that wasn't what I was asking. I was asking what portion of the ratepayers are incurring penalties today? Because I'm sure it's a lot more than 900 people that the participants that are getting the benefit, because $270,000 versus 1.3 million. I'm just curious, is it 10% of our customers? Is it 15? Is it 20?
And that I'd have to get back to you
That's okay.
and discuss with utility billing and get back to the council
Appreciate that.
on how
Thank you.
many late paying customers we have for the utility billing.
Right, because that's what's funding this, right? Because
That is correct, yes.
We're using non-rate revenues in order to fund this program, which we can do.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, no,
I'm sorry,
Councilmember Perlow is waiting. Go ahead.
Thank you. My concern is this. When we now find that we will pay X amount of dollars more than our utility bill if we are doing it direct, I think it's $3 and something, people that are concerned about saving a couple of bucks might start paying it in person. or some other way less expensive as was given to us. I want to make sure that our utility bills don't go out close to the date that they're due, because that's when people will get trapped. I can tell you myself, that's why I went to direct, because I got zinged for a late payment. It's embarrassing, somebody put something on your door. But I want to make sure that it's not that I'm concerned if it goes a third. And it's not that I want to do away with late payments, because there are people typically that that pay late. And that's, the buyer beware type thing. But I remember when former council member Ramirez made a big deal, we could go from a little bit to more. There was a bigger question that came up. When do we exhaust the money that we collect in ratepayers? How many we're paying monthly, apparently the entire year? When do we get to the number that we can't say we're taking no more? What number of ratepayers before we exhaust this, before a year cycle is up?
So there was a couple of things you mentioned was on the billing cycling. There's a few cycles through our billing, so not every customer is billed at the same time. So there's several different, because there's too many people, right? Too many customers to bill at one time. So there's cycles. I don't know all the cycles. Again, that's a utility billing question. And in regards to the funding for the program and how many participants we can take. So this year we're requesting $270,000 to fund the program and increasing our participants from 805 to 900. So if 900 signed up, because we send out notices to the existing customers, and this year is the first time we had a waiting list. Currently, we have a waiting list of 75 as of the end of April. Those residents will get a notice to sign up for the program. If all sign up in July, all 900, that will expend our $270,000. So how we see on the table, there's some years that we go above, like last year, we go above 805, we go to 846, because not everybody signed up in July. So we have participants that will sign up later in the year, which allows us that funding to have more additional participants. What we monitor is our budget. Last year was $241,500. So we monitor that, and then we stop. Okay, we have enough to fulfill the rest of the months whenever they signed up. So if someone signed up in October, right, it's only going to be those exactly those 9 months.
Thank you.
If I could just allow the city manager real quick to say a couple of things.
Just to add a little bit to what Mr. Yana said with regard to Councilmember Perla's question. So I know over time in the last several years, there has been an improvement. I remember when I first got here, the bill simply said due immediately. I think so now, I think we have a date a little bit further out, to your point of make sure we're not sending the bill out and it's due tomorrow and it triggers a late fee. So I think we're doing okay there. We can get some updates on that. With regard to your question of when does it end? Well, from the staff's perspective, we'll tell you when we're hitting a hard limit from our perspective in terms of dollars, but frankly, it's a policy call of the council, right? Because this is one source for that kind of public policy. And also want to add, Mr. Yanis mentioned that Edison and SoCal Gas have their own programs. And I think locally, we also have Community Action, who also provides a little bit of assistance. So we're not the only institution in this process of supporting the neediest families. Thank you.
Thank you for adding that.
If I just may
Mr.
want to
Wolfgang.
add something, also the due date, let's just say it's May 7th, there's also a 30-day notice, potentially a 60-day notice, so the penalties don't kick in May 8th. There is notices that utility billing sends out that you are now late. So I don't believe that the late payments or the penalties kick in. Let's say, again, your payment's due May 7th. I don't believe the penalties kick in May 8th. I believe it's at least a 30-day notice period, or at least one noticing period before the penalties kick in. We certainly can get back to you based on a conversation with utility billing on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
Yeah, just remind me, the penalty, is it a percentage of the bill? Is it just a flat amount? What is that percentage or amount?
I do not have that percentage.
Okay. All right.
Councilman Starr.
That's okay.
One of us has got a late bill at some point. We should just look at.
Yeah.
I know we all have.
I've never paid a penalty.
Yeah.
Never paid.
I gotta look
Mayor.
at it.
It's definitely a percentage. It's like,
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I can, I've always had mine automatically paid for forever, but then when we switched to the automatic payment, I messed up on my end and had for the first ever in my account history, a missed payment. And I remember I got a red version of the bill instead of the blue version of the bill. And I don't think there was a penalty assessed, but I do, it did stand out to me that it looked different.
Was that during COVID? Because I think we suspended the penalties at that point.
No, I don't believe so. But no, actually, this was just this past year. So yeah, whenever we switched over, and again, it was my fault. But I want to say it is a percentage that you're going to have X amount of penalty if you don't pay it by a certain date. So I think that might be it. Maybe it's quite a privilege for us to sit here and not know what the penalty is, but I appreciate that if that can be brought forward just as an update for folks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pearl.
I'd like to add this. I believe that I wasn't getting a letter, I was getting a tag on a door. And so it may have changed from the tag on the door. But as the price of postage has gone up, first class is, I don't think you're sending them standard class, it's $1 for the stamp. And I don't know what the delivery is for the guy to put it on the door, but I just wanted to share that. I don't think I got the letter saying that I was.
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
At this point, I think we've all had a chance to do questions. If there aren't any questions, if I'd move the recommended action with a thing, if I get a second for discussion.
I'll second it.
So some quick discussion on that.
Yeah. Any discussion on it?
Yeah, just a little bit. So I know we're budgeting, or what's proposed is $270,000, which means that you have to monitor the number of people. We know roughly what it's going to be. It's not going to be like hundreds more or hundreds less than what we're anticipating. Would it be easier if we just didn't have a limit on this? I mean, obviously you limit it to what the penalties revenue is, which is really high, but you wouldn't have to monitor whether you're at 900 or so and make those decisions, who gets and who doesn't. Would it make sense? Would you be in favor of just picking a number that's much higher that, or is a threshold you're not going to reach anyway?
well, some for the funding is some of these late penalties have to go back. So, let me start all over, Councilman Starr. We recently did rate studies for water and environmental resources, which is our solid waste. And those late penalties are actually part of the revenue that help keep our rates lower than they normally would be, because of that revenue is going back into the operations.
Okay.
But right now, we feel comfortable with the 900. I got to commend my staff for the outreach and the accessibility and the easy form and the communication that we now have via our phone number, contacting someone getting back to them. And I think we're getting more participants each year. As you can see, it's growing. So I think that's a positive thing. I think we could always come back to council to say, hey, we got this huge waiting list. And maybe the waiting list, if we get it earlier in the year, we'll have time to make those adjustments. But this year we got this waiting list late January, February, and then most recently, it just went up to 75 at the end of April.
I think you just answered my next question, which was if we didn't offer this program at all, wouldn't that increase utility fund reserves, and wouldn't we be able to charge ratepayers overall less money in the future?
Yeah, so this is not revenue, it's not rate revenue, but when we do our analysis, when we do our cost of service analysis, we account for a certain amount of that penalties to be used for operational purposes, and those are included in the cost of service. So I can't remember off the top of my head, but of the $1.2 million, there's a couple $100,000 that are accounted for in the solid waste cost of service that the solid waste late fees generate that stay in the solid waste operations to keep those rates lower, there's a couple $100,000 of that. And the water cost of service that keeps those rates lower, we have to subtract those off the top, that $1.2 or $1.3 million, and what's left can be used for this program. And so I wanted to make sure that that's clear. But it's not considered revenue, it's considered penalties.
And just to add, Councilwoman Rodriguez just found the information that's published. It indicates that in Oxnard, if a customer fails to pay a water service bill within 1 month after the bill date, the city imposes a late penalty of 10% on the overdue balance. Additionally, the city may disconnect the customer's water service and withhold new service at any location until the outstanding bill and penalty are paid in full. Yeah.
And we also put notices, they're door hangers,
Yeah.
and we still do the door hangers.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilwoman.
All right.
Okay, you ready?
For sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you. So with the first and the second, just a quick couple of points here. One, I appreciate the question about, well, how many ratepayers do we have who are late and assessed penalties? I think that's a great example of a question that could have served the public tonight and probably could have been asked ahead of the meeting while all of us are spending 12 days studying the staff reports and prepping for the meetings. So just wanted to invite the update to that to council and just for the public record once we have that information. And then last thing is for Mr. Yanis or Mr. Wolf, whoever might have this, folks who are watching now or watching this in the future, if they're interested in finding out more about the program, how can they connect with the city to find out about it and get information and possibly sign up for it?
Mayor Pro Tem Teran, we have our phone number at 805-200-2202. That's 805-200-2202. And our website is www.oxnard.gov/project assist. And you can email us at project.assist@oxnard.org. And we will get back to the resident, the customer that's inquiring about the program.
Great, thank you for that. And I seem to recall, I think in Public Works, we had a longer URL for that unless it's a different agenda item. So I'm glad that got shortened if that's the case.
And we had a shortened one. I think that was the longer one that was left in an old staff report, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because when I was reading off, I was like, wait, I think we had a
Yeah, it
short
was /Public Works/XYZ/ yeah. Anyhow, I thank you for that information. I hope folks will do this. And as Councilmember Perillo alluded to, there are plenty of people out there who are looking for ways to reduce their obligations if they are income eligible to do so. And they have this, they have the CARES program through their other utilities and other community-based organizations that will provide assistance to those who need it. So thank you for offering this, much appreciated.
Thank you. Councilmember, sir, you had.
In the interest of time, I call the question.
Councilmember Perillo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move right along to item 6 and 6. This is from Public Works. Application to the 2025 Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG. Call for project nominations for Surface Transportation Block Grant, STBG Program and Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality, CMAQ Program Grant Funds. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize, 1, the submission of 4 grant applications for Surface Transportation Block Grants, STBG Program and Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Improvement Program in various amounts with an 11.47% match requirement. 2, the city manager or designee to execute the grant agreements. 3, finance director or designee to submit financial reports, grant claims, and approve the budget appropriations for use of grant funds. And 4, public works director or designee to submit non-financial reports. This item did not originate in committee as it is for capital improvement projects specifically listed in the city's capital improvement program budget, which was previously approved by City Council. And Public Works Director Michael Wolf is here. And it looks like we've got one speaker on this item.
Mayor, that is correct. We have Larry Stein, who's joining us virtually. Mr. Stein, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor, and staff. On this particular issue here, I noticed I was referring to improvement of traffic air quality as pertains to traffic congestion. We have a program called ITS, Intelligent Traffic System. It's supposed to allow for flow of traffic, but traffic flowing through fluidly to reduce the amount of air pollution. The only problem is ITS isn't working. ITS has been around since 2012 as part of the traffic initiative, and a lot of money's been spent on ITS. We still can't seem to get a city engineering program to make sure that ITS actually works. And ITS, where they actually improve the fluid of traffic, reducing congestion. When you go along arterial streets such as Rice and Rose, Gonzales, and Channel Islands, major arterial roads, there's always traffic congestion. And I don't know what the city is doing to reduce traffic congestion because ITS is not working. Why is ITS not working? And you even have congestion inside the city too. When you go down downtown Oxnard, as Fifth goes to Oxnard Boulevard, and we've got traffic congestion downtown Oxnard, especially when you have trains going across Rice and Rose and Saviors Boulevard along Cooper. Again, we have traffic congestion with traffic when the trains come through. We don't be able to deal with the traffic congestion with ITS. But how are we going to actually resolve traffic congestion when the cities have been able to do that in 10 plus years? Please respond to this concern I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stein, for calling in. Thank you. Yeah, but we just go to any clarification questions for staff. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, just clear up some confusion on my part here. So I'm a little confused that the expiration date for applying is after the year of funding occurs. So like September 30th, 2029 is an expiration date for the fiscal year 2026, 2027. So I don't understand that.
So
or maybe I'm misreading it.
Yeah, the way that they don't usually make it very user-friendly. So the programs are an application year and a program year. So the way that this would work is that we would have, we can use an example, probably the easiest way of doing this. So let's pick the first one. So I'm on page 1530 of the agenda, and we'll use the neighborhood street resurfacing one. And so the second paragraph under number 1, we're using our fiscal year 26-27 estimate for our cost, but the program year deadline is at 2029. You have to use the funds by 2029.
Okay.
So we're submitting as part of that application a program cost, and you have to use the funds by a certain deadline. Now, because these are federal funds, we have to jump through very many hoops for this. And so you have to get right-of-way certification, you have to get environmental clearance. And so there may be quite a bit of timeline that elapses for us to be able to actually utilize those funds. And so that's why they typically build in some longer deadlines into this. And so you can see number 2, it's we're using a fiscal year 27-28 estimate, which has a different programming year of 2030. So the way this works is we're using estimates from upcoming fiscal years, and then the funds have a must use by. You can see that as a must use by date of the funds.
So where it says, for example, the estimated request for fiscal year 27-28 with an authorization deadline of September 30th, 2030. So I guess at some point we're applying for this. It must be close to now, I would think. But you're saying that for us to get the full benefit, or we get to report that, I guess, everything done by 2030 to get the money, is that what you're saying?
We have to be authorized, E76 for these ones. We have to get our, again, they make it very difficult, what's called E76, that's the authorization to use the funds by that deadline. And so in order for us to be able to continue to be eligible for those funds, we have to get all of those hoops done by the authorization deadline date of September 30th of 2030. Now if we can run through it and rush through it, once it gets programmed, and the program year may be the 27-28 program year, we can get it right away. If there's no right-of-way, if we've done all of our environmental documents, if there's no other hurdles and hoops, as long as basically they'll set a window of time starting here, and you can't ask for it after this deadline. As long as you ask for it anytime in between there, the funds are good.
So it's kind of like a pre-approval, and then at some point, we fulfill the grant terms.
Correct.
Is that what, okay, that makes sense. Okay, and it looks like we're applying for, I calculate, just over 20 million in grants. And I just want to ask, how likely is it that we would be awarded that amount? And do you have a sense as to how much we've received in the last 2-year cycle?
So this is the first year that this type of funding has not flowed through the state Caltrans through VCTC to the local level. This is the first time it's coming from the feds to SCAG, the Southern California Agencies of Government. So we're not sure. We're not sure what our likelihood of getting funded. We have been very successful. Debbie O'Leary, who's sitting in the crowd, has been very successful in getting a lot of grants. In fact, if you notice that most of the projects, well, actually 2, 3, and 4, are projects, or actually technically 3 and 4 are projects that we already have grant funding on. And so we've been successful in getting grants in the past. So we have been successful and do anticipate being successful to getting projects funded through grants. So I would say that we have a higher than normal opportunity to get these grants, but because of the change, the way the money is flowing this year, not sure.
All right, so we're aspiring to get over 20 million in grants. We might get something a little bit less than that, or maybe much less than that.
And I want to say, is 80 million for Ventura County? So it's 80 million for Ventura County, Oxnard being the largest city in Ventura County. It's not done by that formula, but we can take a look at the way that could fall out just based on that analysis.
And I assume all the cities are all trying to get this too, and maybe the county, I'm not sure.
It becomes a very competitive process.
Okay,
Thank you. Councilwoman Perez, do you have something? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions that came from from one particular individual regarding process. And I know in the background it states that SCAG is responsible, as you mentioned, for the project selection. And I believe Mayor MacArthur, you are the representative on SCAG who would go to advocate for funding to be allocated. And I'm just curious in terms of some of the questions that I received is, one, how are projects selected to be utilized for funding? And the next question is really around when the next application process is for opening, and how could community members advocate for which projects come or are selected to be included in this list?
So there's 3 parts to that question. So the first part I will address with the page 1529 of the staff report, or the agenda package. It talks about the successful projects and the scoring criteria used. So that will lay out how SCAG has identified their criteria they're going to use to score projects. And so we actually know that already in advance. And so when we went through our internal analysis, we used that as a metrics to say, okay, well, and as you read through our staff report, I think we went through about 23 projects of our own, and we basically filtered it through that scoring criteria. So on the almost all of page 1529 lists SCAG's scoring criteria, and we're using that. So your question is, how is SCAG going to score it? It's basically these criteria here. The second part of your question is, when will this funding source come around again? This is a biannual, or every 2 years, depending on how you define biannually, twice a year, every 2 years. This is an every 2-year process, but also contingent upon federal funding.
Right,
So-
is there a specific timeline to look out for going forward for the next application process in terms of the biannual basis?
So they do a notice of funding, and so we get notified in advance. There's workshops for it or trainings for it, so we get notified in advance. And then there's the notices that go out to the public, but it's usually about the same time every year or every other year. But again, it's contingent upon the federal budget as part of this process. And the third part of your question is how to advocate for projects. And so my suggestion is emailing us and coming to these kinds of meetings and sending us requests for projects. I mean, really, May 20th, we'll be bringing our mid-cycle CIP. I would suggest that's a great opportunity for folks to talk about projects. This time next year, we'll be bringing our 2-year CIP cycle. That's a great opportunity to talk about projects. But those are only 2 examples. But emailing city staff, asking for us to sit down or come to neighborhood council meetings. Morgan's staff does that often and brings staff members to talk about different traffic engineering projects. So there's plenty of opportunities to suggest and request projects like that.
Great, and I know on page 10, just as a follow-up under discussion, it includes all of the locations that are expected. In terms of these specific neighborhoods, can you share a little bit of information on how, was this related to the CIP, or how were these particular neighborhoods proposed or considered, maybe in comparison to other neighborhoods throughout the city?
And I'm sorry, which page are you looking at?
Page 10, under the discussion, it shows all of the different locations, starting with Carriage Square neighborhood.
Page 10.
On the PowerPoint specifically.
Oh, PowerPoint. So that's for the neighborhood street resurfacing project. Let me just make sure we're on the same page, page 10. No, I think she's talking about street
It's
resurfacing.
1541, it looks like.
Street resurfacing.
Yeah.
So that's the next phase of our multi-phase street resurfacing project. So that's already been presented to council as our 5-phase project. So that's just the next phase that's coming. That meets the scoring criteria that is in line with the program year of 26, 27 that we think could meet the deadline of September 2029. So that's just, I want to say it's phases 2 and 3 of our 5-phased arterial street paving projects.
Great, thank you, that was helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Go ahead.
I move the recommended action.
I will second.
Great. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick item on after hearing the first and the second there. Thank you, Councilwoman Perez, for bringing that up. That is something that did catch my eye as far as the proposed neighborhood street resurfacing, and I just want to, I know there are a number of factors that go into where we are in readiness for particular neighborhoods for these projects, but I just want to commend staff for the diversity in districts that are represented in those neighborhoods there. So just wanted to state that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead, Mr. Parlo.
Just one point. I appreciate the Public Works saying, come to these meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why neighborhood councils matter. This is why having neighborhood council meetings matter. You bring the attention of the neighborhood council, they bring the attention to their elected official and the city. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu for whatever's available.
Thank you.
But it's facts.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if there's no more speakers beyond Mr. Stein, and just call for the vote.
Mayor, just for the record, there are no additional speakers for this item. Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. We'll go to the next item is N7 from Public Works. Subject Third Amendment for Professional Services Agreement, A 8491, with Tetra Tech, Inc. for professional engineering services for the Kamala and Hobson Cast Iron Pipe Replacement Project. Recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a Third Amendment to an agreement with Tetra Tech, Inc. to increase the not to exceed amount from $947,000 to $1,051,500 and extend the term through December 31st, 2026 for the additional design work required for the Kamala and Hobson Cast Iron Pipe Replacement Project. This item did not originate in committee, and this was a capital improvement project specifically listed in the city's capital improvement program budget, which was previously approved by City Council, and Public Works Director Michael Wolf is here. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on this particular item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers virtually or in person for this item N7. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any council members have any questions of staff? Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Thank you. So mentioned in the presentation is the requirement that we meet the National Environmental Policy Act requirements, not just the California Environmental Quality Act requirements. So is there a significant additional burden to meeting the NEPA requirements versus the CEQA requirements?
There's actually quite a bit of
Overlap.
additional documentation, unfortunately. You probably read the scope of work that we got from the consultant, and probably more than we want to pay for that type of work. But because we did get some grant funds or funding through the feds, to the tune of close to $6 million or over $6 million, requires us to get the NEPA clearance, and so that requires a different process than CEQA. It's a paperwork process. It's technical documents. It's another form. It's likely going to be a Cat X, a categorical exclusion, but requires filling out the technical documents, filling out the reports, and so it's a couple. It could be a couple months worth of work for one of their consultant staff members.
Great. On page 1554, I'm scared to ask this question. There's mention that the agreement includes preparing a cultural resource inventory report. What in the world is that?
Good evening, City Council. Tim Beeman, Assistant Director of Public Works. And so when we have federal funding from some of these sources, they do require that we contact the local, it could be a local tribe or the cultural representatives. And so we give them the opportunity to actually review the project. And so for similar funding we have on the wastewater side with the state revolving fund, we went through a similar process, and they picked out those projects that they would like to be part of. And so through that, we actually have a representative who comes and attends the pre-construction meeting. And so if we're excavating in an area that has had known remains found or artifacts found, they will actually be there with the spoils that we excavate. And they do, it's a process, you know, they don't go through every clump of dirt, but they will actually take samples through there, and they go through a process just to see what is in there.
Does that create a huge burden, or is it just something that you just deal with?
No, it's something that we have experience working with, and they're a pleasure to work with, and it's just a matter of scheduling with them and letting them know when we're in a specific area that they're interested in.
Okay. My last question is there any work performed with this contract that would need to be performed even if we weren't replacing cast iron pipes, or is it just because we're doing cast iron pipes we have to do all this? Or is there some of this that we would do if we didn't do cast iron pipes?
I'm sorry, I don't fully understand. So This project in particular is strictly for cast iron pipe.
That's it?
That's it.
All right.
Now, these projects were highlighted because of pavement in the area, so we do want to get in and replace the cast iron pipe before we put fresh new pavement over these neighborhoods.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Good, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beeman and Mr. Wolf. Just as a quick follow-up to that, my line of questioning is usually what it is when we talk about cast iron pipe replacement projects. And I know it's referenced in the staff report, but would you mind sharing just quickly two things? Approximately how old are we talking for these cast iron pipes? And what would they be replaced with through this project at the end of the day?
Certainly. So the cast iron pipe in our system is about 50 years old, and cast iron pipe is susceptible to corrosion and breaking, particularly with any small pressure changes. It just becomes brittle. I've worked at a previous water district. We had 13 cast iron pipe breaks in a 4-day period. So, that was a little bit of a different situation because we had different pressure zones, but that's how fragile this can become. And we will be replacing the cast iron pipe with C900 PVC. So that's a pressure rating for plastic pipe.
Thank you. And if we're looking at these being over 50 years old, it references that they are beyond their service life. What's the typical service life that we'd be looking for in cast iron pipe that was put in place decades ago?
We're there. It's
We're
right
there.
about 50 years.
We're beyond there.
Yeah, and
Yes.
with the PVC, it's rated, they say 50 years, 100 years, but frankly, we haven't seen the end of that because when they started installing PVC, we haven't reached that projected and useful life yet.
All right. In 100 years, I'll let you know if it lasted that long or not. So, so looking at this then, I know in District 2 that we had Fremont North neighborhood go through the entire project with all the phases. They did the cast iron pipe for the water delivery on the mains and to each of the meters and the hydrants. Then they did the paving and they did the alleys. Awesome to see the neighborhood completely done. It's a big project. I don't think I appreciated till I saw it in person just how big of a project this is for a neighborhood and the disruption that happens from it. But you already referenced it, Mr. Beeman, when it comes to main breaks. Do we have, can you just share a little bit about the disruption that happens or the resources we have to utilize when we have a water main break on an old cast iron pipe?
Certainly. So I can tell you that in these areas with the older pipe, as you'd expect, the valves in the area are also older. And despite a exercise program, they also become brittle and can fail. And so when you do have a break in the cast iron pipe, it may not be the next set of valves to be able to isolate that break and repair it. You may have to go further out. And so the impacted areas can grow significantly.
Thank you. And I will say, I believe it was on Christmas Eve on H Street on the border of District 2 and District 4, we had a main break and it came up through the asphalt and actually was significant. When I spoke to the residents whose houses were drenched by the water, they said it was several stories high. And I said, really? And yeah, my neighbor across the street, it was drenching her roof too. And I said, oh. And so I didn't get to see that in person, but after speaking to people after the fact, we're talking, significant water pressure here. And when something like that happens, the resources that go towards that, the having to repair it, having to get people out there to fix it, and now the patch that's there. I mean, we're going to keep patching this up and paying for it in dividends beyond what it's going to cost for the PVC, I'd imagine. But PVC and labor is going to continue to go up as time goes on here. So anyways, those are my questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate the information. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. Any other comment or question?
No, but I'd like to move the recommended action so that we could debate.
I second.
Oh,
That was
back
fast.
and forth.
Sure. I don't know if there's more, is there any more discussion? We have a first and second. Madam Clerk, confirming no speakers on this item?
One question.
Yes,
You
sir. Go
mentioned exercising the valves. Explain what that means to the council, please.
Certainly. And so, the valves work with a disc inside that will move up and down to open up, and allow water to pass through. And that is on a threaded, it's basically a large piece of all thread. And so the top has a net, and you turn it, and that lifts the piece up, the piece that blocks the water going through the disc up and down. And so over time, with anything that's some of these older materials, they also corrode and can't break. So you can actually have the the top nut of a valve break, you can have the disc become dislodged from the actual piece of threading, so it can fail open, closed.
Is the risk of material getting into the water going into the home?
No. The stem can break as well, yes, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. And, yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
If there are no other questions from my colleagues, just one last one. What Councilmember Perrello just asked about, on May 21st between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at Plaza Park, is it possible that members of the public will be able to see a demonstration of what that looks like with the valves and the setup of the fire hydrant and what it looks like underground, but above ground so we can see that?
We do have a couple mock-ups of different underground facilities for the water, and I can double check. I don't know off the top of my head if one exists. I know we have one for meters, but if we do have those pieces available, we can definitely have staff put one together.
All right. I know it was at last year's Public Works Day, and my daughter and I, our minds were blown by how that looks and how it all works. And so now when we see those cylinder things that are the vents for the water system, oh, look, there's one of those things. So
I'll
anyways.
see if we have an old one as an example as well.
Yeah, thank you. That is it, Mayor.
No problem. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote.
And Mayor, for the record, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item. Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? We'll come back to her.
She's
Mayor?
here.
I said yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
And Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The last item on the agenda is N8 from Public Works, Golf Management Agreement. Recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the golf management agreement with American Golf Corporation for a 5-year term ending on June 30th, 2030, with an option of a single 5-year extension ending on June 30, 2035. This item did not originate in committee, since this is a continuation of a previous item approved by City Council back on December 17th, 2024. And Public Works Director Michael Wolf is here. And Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any items for this particular, we do not have any speakers for this item, virtually or in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any council members have any questions of staff on this particular item? Yes, Mr. Perla, go ahead.
On page 1606, third paragraph, 1, 2, 3, the golf course closure, improvements, CIP, and landfill maintenance. The last line of that statement, and the responsibilities for the Santa Clara landfill post-closure maintenance plan. Do we have any issues or concerns or actions we're taking with respect to that? That's my only question.
So I'll let Mr. Howard go in a little more detail, but we've recently done some analysis that was brought to our attention. We actually had a landfill engineer come out and do some borings and some tests, and we submitted our reports to the local enforcement agencies. That was the county and the state. And so we're good from that perspective, and I know that we're still working on our post-closure maintenance report that has to happen every so often, but I'll have Steve come up and talk a little more detail about that.
Honorable Mayor and council members, Steve Hallett, Assistant Public Works Director. As Director Wolf said, yes, American Golf took the initiative earlier this year and hired Dragomir Engineering to move forward on our post-closure maintenance plan for the Santa Clara landfill. Dragomir did a full GPS assessment of the overall cover of the landfill, as well as doing physical borings throughout the entire site. And they filed a technical memorandum of findings to the state and the LEA with the county, and confirmed that there's been no significant changes in the landfill, and the landfill is still stable and functioning properly. So, and Dragomir is continuing to move forward with our post-closure maintenance plan as required by the state.
It's fantastic news for the city. Thank you very much.
It is, thank you. Any comments or questions of staff?
Yeah, I guess I can be full of compliments for this report. I remember back in December, we were asked to basically extend the agreement to the end of the fiscal year. There were some concerns. I started bringing up my concerns for the report, and I think it was you that said that, yeah, we have those same concerns. Are you like reading what, am I reading what you wrote? And it looks like you did a really good job of addressing them. What I really liked about the report, I really appreciate, is you anticipated that I would ask, what would happen if we had the old report, the old contract versus the new contract for the years in question. I thought that was awesome. I really liked the fact that you're able to use the National Rounds Played report in order to kind of create an index of what an expected baseline level ought to be for a threshold. And then I was wondering at that time, okay, yeah, but did you consider maybe what happens if the fees increase? And I read further and go, yeah, you thought about that. And then lastly, what I really like is the use of a mystery shopper to basically gauge the quality of the service. And I would love to see the use of mystery shoppers for other aspects of city business. There's plenty of times that we interact with the public one way or another, and just having a mystery shopper program might help us improve services in certain areas of work that the city does for its customers. So just overall, I just want to say, I'm going to say bravo, because that's what I think right now. So thank you.
Okay, I appreciate the effort to achieve this outcome, so thank you very much. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This seems fairly straightforward, as was mentioned. I'll just real quickly, I think as far as mystery shoppers, you have at least 7 potential ones up here, because every week I use trash service, I have water that comes, I have sewer service that goes, but I also use 311. I also have to call the customer service line for 805-385-8060. And when there are issues, I appreciate when staff is open to hearing about those things and then they're addressed. But we also have 200,000 plus other mystery shoppers that contact us when things come up as well. So I think it's important that we have it built into this, but I'm happy to do it for free when it comes up with me as well. So anyways, appreciate the information on this, and I'll move the recommended action.
Sure.
I was just going to say, I have an extra set of golf clubs if you want to be a mystery shopper at the golf
If
club.
I showed up at the golf course, they'd know right away that I'm a plant, so thank you.
I will second.
Second, wonderful. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
and the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's no further business on the agenda and without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.